I'd like to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Anchorage Assembly, and beginning with a roll call. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Tromley.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Mr. Starr, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We have no minutes tonight, but we are. Mr. Mayor, do you have any report to give us?
There's some great things happening in our community this week that get the privilege, and probably some of you as well, to attend. On Thursday, the Shining Light Awards honoring Dennis McMillian, well-deserved honor for his many years of contribution. The next day, we have the Special Olympics annual dinner, and of course, they do such a great job for our special needs kids. And then on Friday morning, we'll be opening the Native Youth Olympics, which will be at the Denina Center. So a lot happening in town, and I hope some of you can attend some of those events.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a lot happening in town. Last week, on Monday, I attended at the LIO, the state redistricting hearings, and discovered there were a whole lot of people in Anchorage who are not very happy with those draft maps that were presented. Not only were they unhappy with the maps, they were unhappy with the limited amount of time that Anchorage had to testify. There were some significant concerns, more so in some parts of the community than others. So I have appointed an ad hoc committee to work with the administration on trying to come up with an Anchorage position to give to the redistricting folks. I asked Mr. Honeman because there were a lot of issues from the Muldoon Northeast Anchorage. I asked Ms. Johnston because there were some issues where one of her areas went all the way down to Nikiski, I believe. And I'm also serving on that committee because there were some issues with one of the proposed districts for Eagle River going down and taking in a great big chunk of Muldoon with a rural part of Chugiak, which didn't seem like a good mix to me. But anyway, we met once and we're going to be meeting again soon. Additionally, as you recall, at our last meeting, we passed a resolution to empowering the chair to set up a committee to basically explore the terms and conditions of the proposed agreement between MLNP and Syria on the wind farm. Mr. Hall will be chairing that committee along with Mr. Trainee and Mr. Honeman. The last thing I wanted to announce in terms of a new committee that just evolved, the administration has informed me that they are looking at updating the personnel rules, particularly as they apply to exempt employees. And they've asked for some assembly participation in that oversight of the personnel rules. And with that, I've asked Mr. Hall, along with Mr. Starr and Mr. Flynn, to look at that, and so they can give our voice and report back to us as that proceeds forward. I'd also like to announce a new work session that's been added to our calendar. On May 6th, as you recall, Mr. Flynn already announced there's a Port Committee meeting at 11. And right after that, from noon to 1, there'll be a work session on the landfill gas-to-energy project. And then the new work session was requested by both Ms. Hall and Ms. Drummond. It's a street name change on that Hillcrest issue, and so that one may take a bit of time. So we've scheduled that from 1 to 2:30, so that should still leave us time to get to the police memorial later that day. With that, Ms. Drummond, do you have any committee reports you'd like to give?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. Not exactly a committee report. I was just delighted to find out that a couple of parks that need a lot of work in my district are on the Park Fix-It calendar this summer, as are a number of others in town. In my area, it's Cope Street Park on June 11th in the morning. That's a Saturday. And Sand Lake Park on July 16th, again in the morning. And there are others around town, and they're on the back of the Parks and Recreation summer guide to activities. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
No question from from my committee because I don't do one, but the mayor, I do have a question for him, and I'm sorry I missed that. I pushed the button, didn't get there, so if you have time, I'd like to ask him a question.
Why don't we go ahead and let you do that now, sir?
Mr. Mayor, just got a question. That one officer we found that's not a United States citizen, can you tell me what the plans are to deal with the effect of that particular incident? And what have we done to make sure it doesn't happen again? I've gotten a bunch of emails from people concerned about it. So if you just have the administration get to us, I'd appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Holman?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, and again, thank you for allowing the opportunity to work with the redistricting committee. It's a fairly, I believe, is going to be a contentious issue no matter how this turns out.
I think you're right.
And certainly the folks in Northeast Community Council and, in fact, the entire east side were very concerned about the way some of the proposals, of the two that were proposed by the redistricting board, is actually neither one of at favor, as you say. I guess the biggest thing, a lot of things going on, but the biggest thing for me, and Public Safety Committee met last Wednesday, and we had a very well-attended meeting. Took notes, two major issues, one concerning private person impound towing. Several members of the towing industry were there, and we believe we've got a potential resolution in the works here, working through Assembly Council. There is a rewrite of Title IX, as you know, that are coming forth, and rather than to interrupt that, we'll likely be working on an ordinance change potentially here just shortly after that, sometime this early summer. And then the biggest thing here recently, we were asked and tasked to have a public hearing or Public Safety Committee meeting, including the change in the addition to the code concerning 100% ID check. Again, quite well attended, quite a lot of comments, and as a result, you'll see a move on the item of the agenda this evening to perhaps continue some public testimony and also to make some slight adjustments. There'll be an S version, we believe, coming through. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a committee report, but this afternoon I had the opportunity to go over to Fairview, and there's a beautiful mural that kids from the schools in that area put together, and they were kind of having a rededication of it. It was really a great event. And Parks for All that I've been working on with a bunch of folks in this community, the accessible park at Cuddy Park, things are moving right along there. We're getting enough funds to get this going. And I also wanted to say, Madam Chair, that I'm going to be out of town on May 6th, so I'd like to be excused from the work sessions. And I don't like missing meetings or work sessions, and I don't like calling in. So please excuse me from those work sessions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Hall?
No report.
Mr. Starr?
No report.
Do you have anything you want to add at this time?
No.
Okay. Ms. Johnson? Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just real quickly, the Port Committee meeting you mentioned on the 6th, I think you said it was at noon, but I believe we're at 11.
I'm sorry. You are correct. I
Okay.
apologize if I misspoke.
Oh, I'm not sure. Either way, just make sure everyone's clear. We'll be meeting at 11, and after that, the Port Committee morphs. It becomes the Enterprise Activity Committee, and Ms. Johnston gets the privilege of chairing that one. I'll stay on and try and give her a hand. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I was just going to mention I also attended the redistricting board hearing at the LIO last week and did testify in support of the AFFER program. I looked at the ones as they related to South Anchorage and my neighborhood and constituencies. One thing I did notice is that they moved the boundary, for instance, at Campbell Lake on the currently the assembly districts from from West Anchorage and South Anchorage. And I think, if I remember right, the boundaries are supposed to be largely, like major roads and geographic features like mountain ranges and waterways and so forth. And so they do have a ways to go, and I'm pleased to see that the Assembly will be represented. As you recall, and both of us were there, the discussion regarding the component in Muldoon, I think that's certainly right for remedy as well. Secondly, I would say I did spend some time, about an hour, at the Friday night at the South High. There's a lot of discussion, a lot of concern, a lot of interest with some issues regarding a student there and some rather threatening communications. I would just say that Chief Mew was there, the superintendent, the principal, the couple of school resource officers, and I just have to say that I thought they did a very good job there in addressing the questions and concerns, and it just, I've been out of hands-on parenting since our kids are older, but as I looked at the many parents and the many concerns that were voiced there, I was reminded that we as a community, certainly have a lot of work to do, but we need to provide the support there. And lastly, on yesterday afternoon, Ms. Johnston and I were able to participate with the Girdwood Board of Supervisors in a quarterly meeting with the mayor, and I think we're making some progress down there with respect to some of the projects that were very important to us that have been funded, and we're waiting to see those delivered, and it looks like they'll be underway this year. So that concludes it. Thanks.
Thank you. I also want to say thank you to the clerk. The 2 draft redistricting plans that the board approved, maps are in our break room. So when we go to have the dinner break, if you haven't had a chance to check it out, you may want to do that then. All right. The addendum is before us.
Move to incorporate.
Second.
All right. Is there objection to that?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I didn't hear that.
The motion was made to incorporate the addendum and the laid-on-the-table items.
Second.
And is there objection? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. And at this time, I will read them. First item, 9C1, Assembly Memorandum 259, is a recommendation of award to NANA Management Services, LLC, to provide the Anchorage Safety Patrol and Anchorage Safety Center services for the Municipality of Anchorage Department of Health and Human Services, $1,528,820. Item D8, AM 254, change order number 2 to vendor contract number 2010 AFD 116 with Municipal Emergency Services to furnish turnout gear for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department, $238,859.20. D9, AM 255, a new contract with John Crabb to provide technical services for the Anchorage Fire Department Video Center for the Municipality of Anchorage, $50,000. Item D10, AM 256, a proprietary purchase with Dynatest Consulting Incorporated to conduct a road condition survey for the Municipality of Anchorage Public Works Department, $78,150. Information reports, E2, AIM 43, Municipal Budget Advisory Commission report on proposed first quarter budget amendments. E3, AIM 44, Executive Appointments and Compensation. Kim Heller, Secretary to the Ombudsman. Harry A. Homer, Special Admin Assistant to Risk Management. Stephanie Lynn Mormello, Traffic Engineer Public Works. Lindsay Spinelli, Special Administrative Assistant to Mayor. Trina L. Hakes Kuko, Muni Attorney to Legal. Under Ordinances for Introduction, new F7, AR 125, a resolution of the municipality appropriating $3,096,782 of area-wide general fund balance to the Real Estate Department, area-wide general fund 101, 2011 operating budget, to be used as a contribution to the area-wide general capital improvement program 401, for the repayment of an interfund loan to Municipal Light and Power, and appropriating $750,000 of area-wide general fund balance to the Real Estate Department Heritage Land Bank operating budget for the remediation of Reeve Boulevard, and appropriating $700,000 of the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service area fund balance to the Parks and Recreation Department Fund 161, 2011 operating budget for remediation of Kincaid Park, with public hearing on May 10th. A new item, F8, AR 126, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $136,393 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for Amendment 4 to a TORA Transfer of Responsibilities Agreement for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solution, MOA, Traffic Counts 911 program in the Traffic Division, and the public hearing on that one is also May 10th. A new resolution on the late on the table items, AR 128. It's a resolution honoring Thomas W. Knox for his 25 years of service to the municipality. Another ordinance for introduction, item F9, AR 127, a resolution appropriating $1,710,000 from the Public Works Department, Maintenance and Operations Division, Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Operating Fund, 601, Unrestricted Net Assets Account, to the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Fund, 606, to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. That public hearing is also on May 10th, and it's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 260. Under new public hearings, under 14A2, there is an S version on AR 73. This is the resolution revising and appropriating funds for the 2011 general government operating budget. And then accompanied by Memorandum 153, 2001A. On 14B, there's another S version of AO 41. This is an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas for the municipality of Anchorage general government for fiscal year 2011, and it's accompanied by AM 154. And there's two more. Under 13A, continued public hearings, there is also an S version of AO number 4. It's an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to adopt 2009 and other recent additions, and adopting local amendments to the following codes: administrative, building, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, fire protection service, outside service areas, energy conservation, existing buildings, abatement of dangerous buildings, safety code for elevators and escalators, safety standard for platform lifts and stairway chairlifts, residential, school relocatables, mobile aircraft shelters, grading, excavation and fill, and fuel gas from the Community Development Department. It's accompanied by AM 195. And there is also, on 14R, an S version of AO 50, which is the ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2145 to provide for supplementary district regulations governing the outdoor keeping of animals as a permitted accessory use. Did I miss any, Madam Clerk? All right. That, a motion for the consent agenda?
It's already been moved.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Hall. Mr. Birch, I'll start with you. Is there anything you'd like to pull?
On the addendum to the agenda, item 9E, that's 9 Echo 2, that would be the information memorandum regarding the Municipal Budget Advisory Commission report. I'd like to pull that to offer an opportunity for the Advisory Commission to offer that report. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Flynn?
Nothing.
Ms. Johnson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
No, thanks.
Mr. Starr?
No items.
Mr. Hall?
Yes, I would like to pull 9A1 and 9D5.
It was 9A1 and 9D5. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Honeman?
No items, Madam Chair, thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
Nothing, ma'am.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9E1 and 9 Foxtrot 4 for declaration of a possible conflict.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, who spoke? Oh, Mr. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was item 9A1 pulled?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
I'll go over the items.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Oh, Administration, do you have anything that you'd like to pull in addition to that? All right. What I've got on my sheet is 9A1 on the late on the table. On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 5, 9E1, 9F4, and on the addendum, 9E2. Does that jive with everybody? Okay. Please vote on the remainder of the consent agenda. And that passes unanimously. Mr. Hall, you had that first item.
Move to approve.
Second.
This is a resolution honoring Thomas Knox for his 25 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. And would Mr. Knox come forward? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any objection to this? Seeing none, it's approved. Go ahead.
A resolution honoring Thomas W. Knox for his 25 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Thomas Knox has diligently worked to serve the public in the capacity of municipal surveyor for the municipality of Anchorage beginning in October 1986, and whereas as a licensed professional land surveyor, Tom has always worked to improve and advance the quality of survey in Anchorage for the benefit of the citizens of Anchorage, and whereas as a certified senior right-of-way agent, Tom has maintained the highest standards in acquiring fair and equitable property rights for the citizens of Anchorage, as well as the property owners affected by municipal projects. And whereas Tom has managed the acquisition of property rights for municipal street and drainage projects, frequently exceeding 40 projects, and 400 to nearly 600 parcels acquired annually, including such federally funded projects as 15th Avenue, Arctic Boulevard, Eagle Rivers Business Boulevard, and the recent Lake Otis Parkway and Tudor Road intersection upgrade. And whereas Tom's pursuit of excellence led him to advance the quality of surveyors in Anchorage through continuing work to update and maintain records for a municipal-wide survey network and the municipal benchmark book, and establish a GPS control network. And whereas Tom's participation at the professional level continued to both the standards of practice published and maintained by the Alaska Society of Professional Land Surveyors, development and accreditation of the University of Alaska, Anchorage's geometric surveying and mapping curriculum, as well as teaching survey courses in the program, and whereas Tom has contributed immeasurably to our community through his many years volunteer coaching for the boys and girls soccer teams, and whereas Tom's tenacity and problem-solving abilities led him to assist in initiating legislation in Juneau that allowed the municipality to replat 2 large subdivisions in the Rabbit Creek area, and then provided the oversight for the lengthy 10-plus year replatting process that corrected numerous survey-related problems, resulting in the resolution of many land title problems therein. And whereas he has gained the respect of land surveyors in the municipality who have relied on his advice, survey expertise, and extensive knowledge of survey practice to produce an accurate public land record for subdivisions and plats. And whereas Tom's knowledge of the federal law regarding section line easements and many factors that bear on them have made him a local authority in determining the existence of state and federal section line easements. And whereas Tom's 25 years municipal knowledge and survey expertise will not be easily replaced, and he leaves behind an example of excellence for others to follow. He will be greatly missed by all who know him and who have come to rely on him for survey information. And whereas Tom is retiring from the municipality on April 28, 2011, to continue enjoying Alaskan summers and his favorite things in life, including fly fishing, skeet shooting, hockey playing, and spending time with family. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors Thomas W. Knox, PLS, SRWA, for his 25 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved on this day.
Would you like to make any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, the administration, Mr. Mayor. When I first came to the municipality, my goal was to be one of the best surveyors in the state of Alaska. I think there are a lot of whereases here, and I forgot a lot of what goes on this piece of paper, or went on this piece of paper. And I guess I'll leave up to the rest of the people who follow behind me to determine whether or not I actually did make the high standard of best surveyor in Alaska. I really appreciated my whole working career in Alaska, in the municipality especially, because I enjoy serving the public. And I'm also involved in, I've always been a team player and think that that's very important. And the thing that I always kept in mind as I was working was that we were here to serve the people regardless of whether or not we actually believed in what they were doing or whether we agreed with them. It was still important that they each and every one be treated exactly the same and get the help that they deserve. So I thank you very much.
We do have some comments. Mr. Birch?
Well, Tom, I for one want to congratulate you and commend you. I think my first exposure with the municipality and certainly with your good work was at Rabbit Creek debacle, and you deserve a Medal of Honor for that. That was just a huge accomplishment, and it was something that was just a rat's nest for 20 years, and just as I can tell you, just as somebody who was working with a lot of people's people that were individually impacted by inadequate survey information that just compounded their problems and livelihood. Thank you very much for your efforts. And the other question I was had, you've probably seen some change in the surveying technology, and I was just going to ask you what was your first exposure, first type of survey instrument that you were trained on or used?
Well, when I went to school, we were using the Gurney Transit, which was a four leveling screws or system to level the instrument. And that was an art in learning how to do that compared to the three screw leveling system. And then also, and I still have it, I pulled it on my desk here the other day when I was packing up, an HP 35 calculator. When I was getting out of school, the technology had just changed from trig tables and slide rules to a handheld calculator that actually had trigonometric functions. And that was a big step. Now, that's so ancient that it would be hard to find batteries for.
Yep.
So,
it was $395 too, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, Mr. Knox, I just want to thank you for all your many years of service to this community. Of course, I understand surveying from a distance, and that said, I see you guys do it, and I know that it's a very needed service. It's something that's done, I know visibly, some of us see the folks out there and taking the measurements and such, but what we really don't we take for granted, we see on the plats and the papers and such, but it's very important, very vital we get it right. So thank you for striving to be the best surveyor in Alaska. I don't know for sure. I know a few folks that do it, so I'll certainly ask and see. But at the same time, I want to thank you even more for your commitment to this community. And working with the Boys and Girls Club and with hockey. I share that passion too. So Godspeed on your retirement and good luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom, this was a pretty lengthy resolution, one of the longest I've ever seen, but I've known you for those 25 years, and the good news is every single thing in it is true. Do you remember when, I think about 1988, when you and I, along with a couple others, started Tudor Toastmasters on Tudor Road? That was pretty awesome, wasn't it? But anyway, I want to thank you for your service to this community, and I wish you well in your retirement. I'm sure we'll see you around. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Tom. I appreciated your comments because you served under 6 different administrations, and I appreciated that you said that no matter who the administration is, you conduct your business professionally, and the people around you, you encourage them to do the same thing. And I think that's a great statement, and hope others will emulate that. And I noticed in your thing it says you're still playing hockey. Are you on a competitive hockey team?
Well, I don't know how competitive we are, but
I pity the other guys. Thanks, Tom, for all your service.
Thank you, Mrs. Knox.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is D5, AM 246, Amendment 5 to Contract Number 294049 with Davies Consulting to provide operations management services for the Beluga River Unit Gas Field, Municipality of Anchorage, ML&P, $100,000.
Move to approve. Second.
Please, Ms. Drummond? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Madam Chair, actually not on this item. I wanted to make sure that we paid attention to the fact that we appointed Judith Brady to the Municipal Light and Power Board.
I was going to announce that at the end. I didn't see her in the audience.
Okay. Me neither. But we usually approve these and then just move on.
That's
I
right.
didn't want to let that go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Brady, for serving. Please vote. And that item is approved 7-4. Thank you. We are now at information reports, E1, AIM 42, notice of award of 3001 Porcupine Drive abatement to Coldfoot Environmental, $68,074. Ms. Drummond?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Drummond, you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious if this is the facility that will be holding the materials that are removed from homeless camps.
Mr. Vacalis?
Yes, it is. It is the facility.
Okay, and it's going to be abated for approximately $68,000?
There's 2 components. There's the abatement of asbestos and mold, and then the other component is reestablishing the heat.
And that is all going to be accomplished for approximately $68,000?
No, ma'am. That's going to be accomplished with about, I think it's up to about $300,000. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see the second half of that.
This was for the abatement, and then we're coming back in with the mechanical.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Vacalis, since the property of the homeless, if there are any, are going to be put here, are you guys going to have security systems so that it doesn't disappear? I just want to make sure there's an adequate security system put in that is not one where somebody can just walk in, as we had in the police department back in '93, and turn the system off.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing further, please vote. That item has been accepted unanimously. The next item is 9E2. That's AIM 43, the Municipal Budget Advisory Commission report on proposed first quarter budget amendments.
Let's move to accept.
And come on down. Mr. Clary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Last week, or for the record, my name's Andy Clary, and I'm coming before you tonight as a member of the Municipal Budget Advisory Commission. Last week we met as a commission and went over the first quarter budget revisions. And this is our report that we compiled together. It should speak for itself, but in summary, what we saw is the directive was to focus on public safety and priority initiatives, and things like the 28-person police academy and the 29 fire positions we think are good examples of that. And we are fully supportive of the amendments as they're written. And then in closing, really the only other comment I would have is that the $6.7 million in property tax relief that's there, we were very pleased and very happy to see, and it's a rare event in government to see something like this. So we would encourage you to keep as much of that there as possible for the property taxpayers.
Thank you for your service and for the report. There don't appear to be any questions right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Is there objection to accepting the report? Seeing no objection, the report's accepted unanimously and with thanks. The next item was F4 on the agenda for introduction, Air 119. This is ratifying Executive Order 2011-004, renaming Hillcrest Circle, Hillcrest Place in Anchorage to City View Circle. Someone would like to introduce that, or?
Move to approve.
Second.
We need, wait a minute, Ms. Drummond, you may not, since you have a potential conflict, could I ask somebody else to introduce?
Second.
And the third was Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Drummond, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I live on Hillcrest Place, and as a homeowner, I was approached by the administration to be involved in the renaming of the street, along with all of my neighbors. And I'm not sure whether I have a potential conflict here or not, but I just wanted the body to know that before we proceeded on this item, to determine whether I have a potential conflict and whether I should be able to participate in this decision.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. I conferred with both Assembly legal staff and City legal on this one, because it was a new one for me. But my understanding is, since Ms. Drummond signed the petition asking us to weigh in and change what the executive order, according to the category that says determining if a financial or private interest is substantial, when the private interest varies directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action, I am ruling that she has a conflict on the naming of the street because she signed the petition. My intent here, though, is, because we have a work session on this coming up, to divide this question so that there can be some time in the work session just on the process of naming. I think she has very legitimate concerns that she shared with me about naming, and that's an issue that comes to us regularly and involves a whole lot of other streets than this one. And then the second half of the issue will just be on that particular street. So with that, I need a motion to set a different public hearing date so we can do the work session. Mr. Hall, can you?
So moved.
Okay, to the 24th, would that be acceptable?
May 24th.
Is that acceptable to everybody? And then we'll have the work session on the 9th. All right, seeing no objection to that amended hearing date change, the item has been introduced with the hearing of May 24th. Thank you, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the work session was May 6th?
Wasn't
or May
it
9th?
the 9th?
I heard you say May 9th.
Wait, 6th. Boy, I'm glad you're keeping me straight. I'm sorry. It's the Friday, the 6th, when we have the other two work sessions.
Okay, very
That's
good.
the last one.
Very good.
Thank you very much. All right, and as noted, I want to thank, we do have an appointment but Ms. Brady's not here. I want to thank her for serving. So that's the only one, isn't it, Mr. Mayor? Okay. That ends our consent agenda. I do want to announce to the public there's some things that are going to be delayed on the agenda. Specifically, item 13A, the building code. We just got that revision fairly recently, and it's a fairly thick document. And I've been requested by at least 2 assembly members to give them some time to look through it. So when that comes up, there'll be a motion to continue it till May 24th. You'll still have the opportunity to testify tonight if you like, but there will be further discussion and potentially, hopefully, the vote on May 24th. Additionally, item 14H, which is AO55, Mr. Honeman has already announced that he is working on an S version, that's the ID on alcohol. So again, you can testify tonight, but you may want to wait until he presents to us the S version that he's working on in
Already
committee.
here, Debbie.
Pardon me?
We've got this version here. So just, it's done.
Well, I did not include it on the...
It'll be on Friday.
We'll see it then?
You'll see this here.
Okay, excellent. Anyway, the intent then is to move that to our next meeting, May 10th. So you can testify then, or you can testify tonight. Additionally, the 14P item, that's the one on paying the loan to ML&P and paying for the remediation in Reeve Boulevard. The administration has requested a change on the title on that one. So even though it's on the agenda, it's going to be moved to postpone indefinitely, and there's a revised version of that we introduced tonight that will be up for public hearing on May 10th.
Could you restate that number?
Okay, that's the one on,
What?
it's 14P.
C is
P. P is in Peter.
Peter.
I'm sorry.
14 Papa.
And it's replaced by 9F7. So a new item has been introduced, but then obviously because it's just introduced, we won't vote on that.
Okay,
And the last item that I want to mention is 14R, the one, the small animals, the chickens and the rabbits. There is an S version on that. It is at the very end of the agenda. If you want to testify on that, you may want to leave and go have dinner, because at the very earliest, I'm guessing 8:30 or 8, I'm hoping we can vote on that, but there's a strong likelihood that we won't be able to because of the length of the other items on the agenda. I hate to have people have to sit through these meetings if they don't necessarily need to or want to. With that, pardon me, 11A is before us. And that one is the online payment system with for the Anchorage Police Department, and that's been, there's not a motion on the floor, is there?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to accept that Internal Audit Report 2011-02.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, would you like to?
Certainly,
Speak to
Madam
that?
Chair, yes. It was postponed because I wanted to have the audit before the Municipal Audit Committee for further review. Further review was had. We had an excellent report from the Municipal Treasurer, and it was acceptable to the committee, and I'm ready to accept this internal audit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue to speak to this, is there any objection to accepting the report? Seeing no objection, that report is accepted unanimously, and thank you for your work in committee, Ms. Gray Jackson. The next item before us is 11B. This is the Urban Design Commission appointment of Stephen Pratt.
Move to approve.
That item is before us. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Jennifer, how you vote? proxy voting.
That item is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Pratt to come introduce himself to us.
Please, Mr. Pratt, are you here?
Yes. I knew he was, so.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to this opportunity. My family and I have been pretty active in the community in a variety of roles, and I thought this would be a good opportunity for me to serve the community in a different role. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Your willingness to serve makes this a better town, so thank you. At this point, we are on appearance requests, but, oops, it's not yet 6. We're going to declare an at ease until 6 o'clock. If we could get back in session, it would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm doing very well. We're ready. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. What the heck are you doing here? Yes.
I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly, and we are at item 12A on our agenda, appearance requests. Mr. Potter.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter with Anchorage Skates tonight. This is my other job. Doesn't pay as well, but it's a lot more fun. We've got a number of the founding members of Anchorage Skates here tonight. I'm glad to be able to say that we're here for the third year in a row to give the city a $10,000 check to help offset the maintenance costs of the ice at the Cuddy Family Midtown Park Speed Skating Oval. As you know, this is a year-round facility and gets good use year-round. We stepped up to try and make sure that the ice was in good shape so that the community could have a place to skate, recreate, whether it's business people that work in Midtown, people that come. And this is, if some of you don't realize it, the 6th regulation-sized speed skating oval in the United States. And it's about time that a winter city like we are actually has one. It's been working very well, and with that, I'd like to have my friend Jim Rankert talk about some of the activities that we had this year.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, thank you for this opportunity. We had an excellent year of skating at the Oval. It's in our third season now. We had good ice thanks to good maintenance. We want to thank the city contractor and City Parks and Rec, John Rada and his crew for all of that. How many speed skating races do we have this year? Six speed skating races, including the duathlon, the skate ski, and speed skating, which was our most popular event. We also had 2 big social events. We had 2 Tiki Torch Moonlight Skates, including one on solstice. And although the temperatures in the single digits, we had 200 people show up for that. And that was so successful, I think we're going to do that every year on solstice. Kids are out of school, college kids are home. A lot of fun. And Larry Howell here had an idea to do another one, another Tiki Torch skate on Valentine's Day that we'll call the Sweetheart Skate Date. So, Nancy is going to present the check to...
Mr. Mayor, will you join me in getting that check?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, would you like this check? Would you please? And Nancy is the president of the Anchorage Speed Skating Club.
Thanks, Debbie. Thank you, Mayor. And just to wrap up, I wanted to make sure that you were aware of the construction activities that are occurring out there right now as part of the money that was left after the construction of the oval itself out of the earmark from Senator Ted Stevens of $975,000 that right now you see foundation going in for 26 light poles, and there is electrical being installed to connect those. Now, the light poles themselves and the fixtures cost about $10,000 each, so we're about $260,000 away from that. We had hoped that it would have been in the city's list going to Juneau today, this year, but it didn't make it. So we will be trying to raise funds both through private contributions, but as well we'll be trying to work with the Assembly and the administration to be on next year's list, and hopefully we can get that done. The lights will make a very significant impact from a comfort level of a lot of family users that do come, but they leave pretty early in the evening because of the lack of lighting. And we can't, Jim and I can't go out there and keep the tiki torches going every night. So, but it is a fun place. If you haven't been out there, come out. The ice is in wonderful condition. We have had international class skaters come to town and go out and look at it, and they were very, very impressed. So to have the 6th in the United States, we all ought to be pretty proud. So, thank you.
We do have some comments. Mr. Honeman?
Well, yes, first of all, thank you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Rankert and all from Anchorage Skates. I love actual ice hockey, but I've watched the sport of skating, and particularly in the ovals, and fascinated to hear that we're one of 6 around the U.S. That's pretty awesome. So I pledge to you that if you can help try to raise those funds, I'll do what I can to help raise funds from the governmental side.
Well, let's see. Next year at the Solstice Party, we could have an assembly competition for 400 meters around the ice.
Okay, do that.
Okay.
We've raised money for one.
Yeah.
Thank you again for the donation. I wish more organizations would be able to put their money where their mouth is, so to speak.
We're trying very hard.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, well, thank you all very much, and it really has turned into a first-class park because of the amenities like the skating oval. I'm a big active recreation guy, and that park has just that right combination of everything. You can take a walk, you can skate in the winter, or you can just sit and relax and enjoy some music in the park. And so because of your help, it's really become a jewel in our park system. And Tim, I know your offices are just kind of right next door there, so I understand your interest, but I'm not sure I've ever seen you on skates. You get out on that oval, or you?
I have a Home Depot bucket in my office that have my cross-country ski boots and my clip-on skates. I bought them 2 years ago. Actually, my wife got them for me for Christmas. So I'm not ready to really race yet, but I have made it around, and I'm still walking and talking. So soon we may have to have a race.
I've got a pair of skates at home, too. I'll come out and stumble around with you.
I'm in on that one.
Okay, Howell's in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And just absolutely in closing, LB brought up earlier the accessible park that's being proposed out there. We've seen in our hopes initially with the skating oval, which we really called a fitness oval for year-round use of all ages and all capabilities, that there are a significant number of accessibility related users using the skating oval because of its 10-meter width, absolutely flat, no tripping hazards. My office is right by the oval, and when I see new people out there that I haven't seen using it before, I do go out and talk to them, and it's getting a significant amount of use by disabled people with caregivers that are bringing them for a safe place to go and spend a day or even an hour getting physical activity at whatever rate or pace that they are able to go. And it's been a godsend to a lot of those people, to quote them, and I believe that it will just be an asset now to have the new accessible park in association with the skating oval for year-round activities. So,
well, thank you again. Much
you.
Appreciated. Thank you. It's our practice at assembly meetings to recognize scouts, and I've been told that there's a Boy Scout in the audience. Would you like to come forth and tell us what troop you're in?
I'm in Troop 125. I go to Faith Christian Community Church.
Okay. Would you like to tell us your name and what badge you're working on?
I'm Ace Brown, and
Ace is working on his community citizenship in the community merit badge, which is a required merit badge for his Eagle Scout, and he would like to talk to maybe one of you when you get a break.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good for you. We're now at 13A on the agenda. This is AO4, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to adopt 2009 and other recent additions and adopting local amendments for the following codes. And you want me to read it all? Administrative, building, mechanical, plumbing.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I would like to announce that there is an S version, and the intent is to continue. So you can speak tonight, but you may want to wait and come again on May 24th when we actually, I believe, will vote on this matter. So if that matter is before us, if anybody would like to speak, please come forward. Give your name and spell your name, please.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is John Weir, W-E-I-R. I'm an architect. I've been practicing in Anchorage for about 20 years. I'm a business owner, and I wanted to let the Assembly know that I support this ordinance, and specifically the International Energy Code. As you review this ordinance, as you approach the May 24th discussion, I'd like you to keep in mind about the Energy Code. It helps protect the welfare of our energy future by mandating modest changes to the building construction. It simply requires that buildings be more efficient, which not only saves operating costs for the owner, but also reduces our need on our limited resources. In the big picture of total cost of ownership, first cost, the building cost, represents about 15% of the overall total cost of ownership. Maintenance is about 35%, and operation cost represents 50%. So in the long run, energy usage of the building represents the larger cost and should be addressed. Taking the long view is what really matters in terms of cost savings and enduring sustainability for our community. The IECC code acronym helps create parity between all the building stakeholders to ensure that energy measures are incorporated into our buildings. This is our community, and we have a responsibility to our future Alaskan generations. In closing, I'd like to recommend a book for you to read. It's called The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight by Tom Hartman. It's a factual assessment of our resource usage. It is probably one of the most impactful books I've read in the last 10 years. Thanks for your time.
We have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Birch?
I thank you for coming this evening. I've gotten a tremendous amount of communication and concern, and I've actually met with a couple of folks that are concerned that this International Energy Conservation Code, in fact, does not relate to the protection of life or health, public safety, or promoting the general welfare of the citizens of Anchorage. And in fact, it adds a significant cost component that, if you're remodeling your house, and I guess I'm just kind of curious as to where where you're coming from with respect to the cost component, because a lot of people just don't realize it until you have an energy audit done in your house, and all of a sudden they come back and say you've got to add another $5,000 on that you didn't expect. But
yeah, I would say to that question that our energy code, this particular energy code, is trying to provide some modest requirements for thermal envelope and some other items. And I would disagree a little bit with the notion that you will have first costs, but they're modest in terms of the overall energy savings, which represents, and the total cost of ownership is more like 50%. And in terms of welfare, the code and script, I also disagree with that. I feel like the welfare of our buildings and what we're trying to protect is our future, not only in terms of life safety, but general welfare. And we have an energy problem in Alaska. We use a considerable amount of it, and we're realizing that in South Central recently. So I would say it's time for us to pay more attention to that. And these codes are addressing that in a modest way.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, we've all received quite a bit of correspondence on this, and one of the other aspects that has been brought up is how the technology is changing as far as energy conservation, and whether this code or this small, as you say, attempt to really is keeping up with the actual technology and actually the market, as you're saying that our energy costs are going up. And so we're going to probably, just in the way of the market, it's going to pencil out that you put the extra money in for conservation, so your operating costs aren't as much. But they're saying that what's in here doesn't keep up to, as I say, the technology that's coming online. How do you feel about that?
I would say that most building codes are just a step away from breaking the law, okay? Meaning that it's just trying to create some parity in terms of how much energy a building should be using. And there's a lot of other ordinances, a lot of other opportunities out there, like LEED and some other things about sustainable building design and building solutions that can take that next step. And I think this is just a baseline. The conservation code, like other codes, is a baseline. And as a practicing architect, we're always trying to do better than that where the needs are evident.
You raised LEEDs, and I've had the same issues brought up as far as LEED, that it actually doesn't. In fact, there's a couple of LEED buildings that are having energy problems as opposed to solving their energy issues, and that it's become more of a, as I say, if the technology wasn't there that is there now. So anyways, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak to the building code? Okay, Mr. Tromley, you got to push in the request. I didn't have you here, but go ahead and speak. Could you come back, sir? There's another question. Go ahead, Mr. Tromley.
Appreciate you coming down. One of the challenges I have with things like the IECC is the unintended consequences. You know, in 2007, Congress comes in and says, okay, well, the incandescent light bulb is now illegal. And so I got to go and spend 3 times the amount on a light bulb, but the challenge is that the vanity that I have in my bathroom, it doesn't look good. And so I want things to look good. So what is the total cost burden to the average person who's building a home or the contractor who's building a home? What's the unintended consequence of something of conforming to the IECC? Do you have a number on that?
I don't specifically have a number, but when you start looking at the 15% of first costs related to total cost of ownership, it's a marginal cost. And I would say that it's worth making the investment.
If it's worth making the investment, would you also think that maybe it's better for private individuals to say, I can be more efficient in this manner and I'm going to make that choice on my own, as opposed to regulating it?
Yeah, I've had the same arguments that I've had the same comments with my peer group and with other engineers in other areas that I work with, and they have a similar attitude about we should allow the client and the team to self-select what they want to do. I'm saying that, like most building codes, it's just setting the bar in terms of how much energy your building should use, just like how many exits you should have in your building, okay? And if you need to have more exits for other reasons, you put them in. And if you need to have more insulation in your envelope to save more money, then you do that. So for me, it's just a baseline, like most building codes.
Thank you.
Yep.
There's no further questions. Come out ahead, sir.
My name's Travis Cox, COX. I live in East Anchorage. I wanted to speak to the Siri portion also, like the incandescent light bulb. We just found out this morning that the incandescent light bulb is the safest way to go. A scientific research lab in Europe has found out that these fluorescent light bulbs, when you turn them on, emit toxic, cancer-causing gases. And they have came out and said that we don't need to be reading by them. You don't need to have them on for long periods of time in your home, and you have to be ventilated. So now we don't look at the long-term costs before we jump into this. We've already went out and said there'll be no more incandescent lights, so we're stuck with a cancer-causing light bulb. So all of these green initiatives do nothing more than cost us money. And as he said, it's a modest cost, but what about $4 a gallon gas coming on, $5 this summer? Is that a modest cost? How do we pay for those things also? And that's all I have to say on this issue, but I would like to ask a question. Are we going to be able to comment on the wind farm committee?
At this point, your best bet would be to talk to the 3 members of the committee.
Okay. Is there anybody on the committee that's got any electrical experience, electrical engineer, or a technician?
Sir, we're just members of the assembly, so I would urge you on break to try to grab one of them. The 3 are Mr. Hall, Mr. Trainey, and Mr. Honeman.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on this item?
No, I would just like to say that the environmental agenda in this plan should be dropped.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question for you. Mr. Trainey.
Just he could wait on the agenda to where it's not scheduled at the bottom of the agenda, and they could talk about anything he wants for 3 minutes.
That's true, too, if you want to wait to the very end.
The end of the agenda.
Okay.
All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to us on this building code issue? Seeing no one else, Mr. Hall?
Yes, I'd like to move to continue this item to our next scheduled meeting on May the 24th, regular scheduled meeting May 24th.
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing none, this item is continued to May 24th. The next item before us is 14A. This is AR 73, a resolution revising and appropriating funds for the 2011 general government operating budget. And there is an S version. That matter is before us. If anybody, there's a number of amendments. I'm hoping they've been circulated, at least they've been on our web page. And are there copies here? Or? All right. There's 16 amendments that the Assembly's been given, and if you would like to see the specific amendment copies, there's some right over there. So at this point, if anybody would like to speak to us on these budget amendments, please come forward, or the budget, please come forward. Somebody has to be first. Thank you.
Yes, that's true. Hi, my name is Linda Kellen, and I wanted to speak to the 2 assembly amendments that you have on there, and maybe I don't have the papers in front of me. It's all right. I want to strongly encourage you to reinstate $60,000 to the Anchorage School District from the Parks and Rec, which was initially to be charged to, the fees were initially to be charged to the school district for the use of the trails and the use of the community facilities. And part of the reason was when the school district thought that they were going to have to start paying those fees in the second semester here starting after January 1st, I started getting notes with my daughter who they were sending home notes saying that because of the new fees, they weren't going to be able to do the activities that they wanted to do in the municipal buildings that they were going to be using, and they were going to have to go somewhere else and then charge a fee and the kids were going to have to pay. And I sat there and I thought about that, and I said, you know, my property taxes are already paying for the trails and the municipal facilities like Kincaid Park. And so now, because the Muni's going to charge them fees for those facilities, then I'm going to be paying not only the taxes for those facilities, but the fees to the school district because they can't afford it. So, in other words, as a taxpayer, I'm paying twice as a school district mom. So that's regarding the $60,000. I believe it should be reinstated. If you know the history of Mr. Kincaid, who the Kincaid Park is named after, he dipped into his own funds just to make sure the kids up here had baseball. So I think personally those fees make him roll in his grave, but that's just me. The second thing is the $495,000, I believe, that the municipality is now sending over for fees to bill out property taxes as the school district's part of the school district, their share, and which is 47%, which means that it costs almost $1 million to bill out property taxes, but I guess that's a separate issue. There's no reason to have the money that I pay on my property taxes for my kids' education to go for costs that I already pay in my property taxes for the Treasury Department. I mean, that's their job. Their job is to bill it out. It's all on one piece of paper. They're not going to save any. If they suddenly didn't bill the school district today for the school district property taxes, they'd still be doing all the same work. So there's no reason to send those costs over the school district when that money is supposed to be, you know, how many teachers would that fund? So anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hello. Have to get used to where you're sitting now. It's different kind of feel. Mark Butler. I'm, of course, the manager of the Community Council Center. I'm here to speak in favor of Amendment Number 10. That's an amendment to give the FCC $80,000 to use for the NUSA conference, Neighborhoods USA. The charter of our municipality calls for, quote, the establishment of community councils to afford citizens an opportunity for maximum community involvement and self-determination. That's from the charter. The mission of the Neighborhoods USA, or NUSA organization, is similarly focused, and that's to increase citizen participation in local and government affairs, to encourage neighborhood cohesion and interactions, and promote collaboration between governments and citizens. The NUSA vision is to empower citizens with tools to address and innovatively solve issues at a neighborhood level, to facilitating networking opportunities for individual organizations that creates new community partnerships, and to celebrate the successes and accomplishments of our community's improvement efforts. The NUSA does this by holding an annual national conference at host cities across the country, east, west, north, south, suburban, urban, a real wide range. This year, a NUSA conference will be in Anchorage on May 25th. Hundreds of community activists from across our country, Canada and Japan, will join Alaskans from Anchorage, Palmer, and Wasilla in celebrating the conference. I'd like to pass these out if someone's...
Just give it to the clerk. Thank you.
And we have a number of community council residents and officers here tonight. If maybe we could say Northeast, Taku Campbell, North Star, Abbott Loop, Northeast, Tudor, Sand Lakes, Bernard, of course, and so forth that are here. I'm sorry? And Mountain View, yes, excuse me, that are here, and we have some other people who would like to speak on that. Thank you.
Just a minute. We have some comments. Mr. Trainee, you're first.
Mark, just a couple of quick questions. How many people are scheduled to come up to the NUSA conference?
We're expecting a couple hundred to 250 from the lower 48, Canada and Japan, and we've got 45, I think, registrations so far locally, but we're anticipating at least a doubling of that.
What's the economic impact going to be approximately of these people coming up?
Rather than me estimate it, the Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau estimates up to $1.1 million of direct impact on our local economy.
Now, the reason you need this, I know, is because of the cost. Have you been led to believe that the administration or the Assembly would give you any money to help with this coming on?
We have not directly. We have some officers of the organization here. I'm the employee who could answer those questions as well if you'd like.
I'll ask them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Hi, Mark. I just wondered what sort of, typically in a lot of these things you have sponsorships, and
yes.
And I just was curious as to what sort of fundraising you've been able to do. Or
Al Tamani our treasurer, was going to talk about that, if I could let him do that very ably.
Thank you.
We won't ignore that issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to, maybe, if other people are on this same issue, or Mr. Mittman, do you want to, okay, go ahead.
We'll jump right in there. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Jeffrey Mittman. I'm the president of the Taco Campbell Community Council, and I'm the secretary of the Federation of Community Councils. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in favor of this amendment. The NUSA conference is going to be incredibly exciting. There will be 45 workshops will be centered up at the Egan Convention Center. There will be a workshop track on community safety, on green communities, on community involvement. Folks from around the country will be there, and it's really a great opportunity for people from all across the country to see Anchorage in the best light. In addition, in the evening, there will be neighborhood pride tours. We've worked very closely with community councils throughout the city. There'll be even a bike tour, but mostly there'll be buses and coaches. They'll go around to the neighborhoods. They'll have an opportunity to see our neighborhoods at their best, to learn about what we're doing, both in terms of our wildlife and our resources, and then how we work as neighborhoods. As we mentioned, there is an economic benefit to Anchorage. 1.1 million. We were already filling up many rooms in the Hilton Hotel and other hotels throughout the city. We'll be renting out buses to transport people around. We'll be having an event at the Native Heritage Center, at the museum. It's really a great opportunity for people to see Anchorage. Additionally, it's of benefit to the state of Alaska and to Anchorage and local communities. The workshops that are in the pamphlet that's being passed out for you will be of interest to individuals from our community to learn about what best practices are around the country. So it's really a win-win-win all around, an opportunity for people to learn about Anchorage, an opportunity for Anchorage people to learn about what other people are doing, and an opportunity for us to make some ambassadors to find out about what Anchorage is and to go back to their home communities and tell other people to come see us. Thank you.
Mr. Traney?
Jeff, when's the last time NUSA was up here?
I believe it was in 1989. We can get that number for you.
It should have been about 94, 93 time frame. I was here then. Be nice to have NUSA back here because it does bring a lot of money from outside of Alaska. If we don't help you, is a NUSA conference a danger of not happening?
We have a commitment. We have a contractual obligation to fulfill this conference. We're making it happen. Why we're coming to the Assembly is the difference between an okay conference where people come and say, Anchorage is nice, and an amazing conference. To answer the question through the Chair, Representative Assemblymember Birch, we are doing fundraising, and we're doing everything possible to make it a great conference. But there are costs. There are costs involved in the venue, in transportation, in meals, in logistics. And we're trying to have an amazing conference so that when people come here, they leave thinking that Anchorage is an amazing community, not an okay community.
Thank you, Jeff.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff, thank you for coming out, and to everyone else who's here this evening. I'm reading this flyer, and it says that the Federation of Community Councils was instrumental in securing this conference. Could you tell me a little bit?
Sure. The NUSA is, again, it's a national organization, and it has officers and organizational representatives throughout the country. They look at the various communities who are able and willing and want to host the conference. We had representatives from the Federation of Community Councils to go to the NUSA board meeting and to present to them why Anchorage would be a good venue. They were excited about the opportunity. People want to come to Alaska. They want to see an amazing place. We presented to them what we could do, and that's where we incur those obligations.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the Federation for bringing this economic engine to our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, members of the Assembly and Mr. Mayor. I'm Al Tamani. I'm the treasurer of the Federation of Community Councils. And this is a one-time request of $80,000, and the corporation itself, in hot city grant monies, but monies that the corporation had accumulated throughout the years, we've already committed $35,000 in cash to that. And those were non-municipal grant funds. And what I believe, I don't know if Mark has handed this out to you, but here's a sheet showing our Noosa Conference of Accounts, the amount of donations we have received, some in kind. There's a list. We're showing what our expenses, anticipated expenses are, and we're showing what our revenue deficit is. And I think it's, for those of you that know me, you know I'm very, very conservative when it comes to dollars, and I've been very instrumental with the other members of the Federation staff on cutting and efficientizing our operation. And we've been very effectively in doing that based on the monies that we were given by the Assembly to operate on for a year. So if there's any questions that you may have on this, I'll do my best to answer them.
Mr. Trainee.
Hi, Al. Good to see you again. I've known you for, 20-odd years? You are the Don Smith of the Federation. So when you tell us you've looked over their numbers, I trust your opinion. I appreciate all you've done for the Federation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No questions, it appears.
Nothing else, ma'am.
Tth you. Anyone else?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fongi.
Travis Cox. I would like to ask a question. What gives them the right to come up here to hold a conference and have a vacation and ask us for our tax dollars that we're barely getting by on? Now, that's what it is we're going to have them up here to have a vacation. They are a community organizing group, and we know what community organizers do for communities. We can look at what our community organizer in chief in the White House does for the United States. They degrade it. And they're green. They're going to do nothing but destroy this city. And you do not have the right to take my tax dollars and buy them a vacation. It is not right, and you need to listen to the taxpayers. We're paying way too much for gas. You want to raise our utility rates by buying into a wind farm that's going to increase the cost by 5 times on our electric bill. And the folks with the plug-in cars, when the wind farm increases the cost 5 times and you're paying $70 a month in the summer for electricity and it goes to $350 to plug that car in, can you afford it? And I can prove every statistic and every cost here. Don't look at me like I'm stupid, all right? So anyway, I've got all of the information, and they don't have the right to come up here. We need a sales tax. If they want to come up here, then they can support our infrastructure. They come up here, use our infrastructure. We don't charge them anything. All of the tourists pay nothing. You tax the people that live here. They come up here during the summer, they use our infrastructure. You tax us on our property taxes. They come up here in the summer and they degrade our roads. They use our parks, and you charge me for it. It's not right for me to be buying their vacations. All right? Another thing I'd like to speak about is the parks. Okay? Let's contract them out. The parks are held up much better, and if you've ever been to Kincaid, you'll know that very few poor people ever go over there. I'm over there every day. People that use it drive Lexus, they drive SUVs, they get out in the winter, they put on $5,000, $6,000 worth of skiing gear. In the summer, they're riding $5,000 and $6,000 bicycles. All right? If they got that much money to buy the equipment, they can pay a user fee for it. But y'all need to quit spending our money on people like this. They're nothing more than community organizers, and they want a vacation. And we, the people, are tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Well, I guess I'm nothing more than a community organizer, but I think that this could be a really fabulous thing for the city, for the Alaskans, and for the people who are... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Kat Pierce.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I went down to Little Rock last year, and it was really interesting. The workshops were fabulous. I met lots of really interesting people who do a lot for their communities, and there's going to be more significant networking opportunities for local Alaskans and people from the outside with this one too. I just have to mention that we are the only group that are trying to do this all on our own. Every other one of these has been supported and paid for by the city, and to move people to go to other communities for these. So I would just encourage you to at least give it some thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? There's no questions.
Mr. Trainee.
He's silent. He's silent.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Is there anything else you want to say?
Anyone else like to speak?
Evening, folks. Jim Bowers from Spenard Community Council, and I've been busy getting involved with community and more in other forms than the NUSA, so I don't know that much about it. I can't speak to the detail that these folks already have, but I can say that to me, sounds like a pretty good idea. It sounds like an opportunity for Anchorage to show off and show that we've got something good going. We're proud of it. I think the money it brings in will probably be here now and then in return trips on down the line. I know that at the same time, we've got budget concerns, our money's tight all the way around. I've been trying to figure out exactly how to go about this. I don't know if it's illegal to try to raise funds on the grounds here or anything, but I was going to open up my checkbook and kick something in and offer, I don't know, match anything you guys wanted to chip in up to $50 a piece or something. If there's 11 of you, does that get us going? I'm not sure how all this works, but anyway, my support is not just talking to you, but I intend to write a check too.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
And I'm sorry I missed you earlier, but on the community council, which one do you belong to, Spenard?
Spenard, yeah.
You realize the community councils are recognized in the city charter as an integral part of how we do this city? Yeah. We have about 38 community councils. The whole town's gridded up that way.
It's a good deal, and I wish more people were more involved.
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak?
My name is Kari Peterson, Karipedersen. I'm addressing Amendments 6A and 6B. I'd like to thank the Mayor and the Assembly for reinstating $20,000 back into our organization in the S version of the first quarter budget revisions. We thank you for your support in these amendments. Anchorage Youth Court is an incredibly important part of the juvenile justice system here in Anchorage. It allows a unique experience for student members and defendants alike. Students in the program learn about the law, are able to practice important public speaking skills, and gain the ability to help teenagers in a unique and important way in our community. The greatest benefit, however, is for the defendants who come through the program. Anchorage Youth Court understands that as teenagers, we make mistakes, and mistakes are part of learning and growing up. However, these simple mistakes that we make as teenagers should not affect the rest of our lives. Youth Court gives teenagers who have made mistakes the opportunity to make up for it and to correct their lapse in judgment. The Courtroom of Peers allows defendants to understand that people of their age group find delinquent behavior unacceptable and help to show why their mistakes are not something that they can afford to do again. As teenagers, we are better able to understand the mistakes that they make, and for this reason can give them a sentence that's tailored to the individual. Defendants who come through the program often gather the courage to speak in court, and they say that they realize the severity of their mistake, and they understand why what they did was wrong, and wish that they could have changed what happened. As human beings, we all make mistakes, and Youth Court is a chance for teenagers to truly make up for the mistakes and get back on the right path to success. Thank you for your time.
My guess is you're a judge.
Yes, I am the Assistant Chief Judge and upcoming President.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I understand there are other students that wanted to come up. Would you like to come up now all together, or do you want to come up individually? Looks like it's an all-together thing. Okay. If you could tell us who you are and
My name is Cesar Martinson. I am an alumni of Anchorage Youth Court. I am now a political science major at the University of Alaska Anchorage. I want to thank the mayor and the Assembly for reinstating these measures, and I want to say that being a part of Anchorage Youth Court was one of the greatest honors of my life. I got to work with some people that were very passionate about justice and public safety and helping our community. And I thank you all for your support, and I thank the mayor and particularly Chief Mew and the Anchorage Police Department for their support. It's been, again, an honor. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Brennan Rieger. Rieger spelled R-I-E-G-E-R. I am a senior at Stellar Secondary School, and I'll be going to Harvard next year. I would just like to thank you guys again for securing the funding for the youth courts. It's really an amazing program. In high school and middle school, there's an incredible amount of peer pressure to conform, peer pressure to look good, and in certain groups, peer pressure to commit crimes, whether it's doing drugs or stealing. And in youth court, we take those pressures that teenagers feel to conform with their peers, and we turn it on its head by having peers tell them that it's wrong and that they should be behaving better. And for the juveniles, I feel like this makes it a lot more powerful to them. And we also don't come out and just punish them. Rather than just telling them everything that they did wrong, one of the things we do in our sentencing hearings is the defense attorney comes up and talks about all of the good things that the juvenile does in the community. And this really makes them feel like they're a good person who just made a mistake with their life, rather than a bad person who's being punished for being a criminal. And having that other mindset is incredibly powerful for all of the defendants that come through Anchorage Youth Court. So again, I just really wanted to thank you for securing funding for this incredible program. That's all.
don't sit down. There's some comments, I think, to all of you. So, okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anna Bogdanova, A-N-N-A, and Bogdanova is B-O-G-D-A-N-O-V-A. And I just want to thank everyone that came and is listening to us, and just for securing the funds. So, thank you. And I go to Hanshu Middle School, and I'm an 8th grader, and I'm an attorney, so.
Okay.
Hi, my name is E.J. Tong. I go to Diamond High School. I've been a member of Anchorage Youth Court for 3 years. It really teaches the importance of giving second chances, and it teaches teen involvement in our community. I'd really like to thank you guys for continuing to support our program, and thanks for everything you've done for the city of Anchorage.
My name is Isaiah Messina. I'm a freshman that goes to Bartlett High School. I just want to say thank you, and I love to serve my community.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Javier Acuna. I am a student at Romick Middle School, and I'd like to thank you for securing our funds and all the things you do for our society.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman, you had some comment you wanted to make?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys for stepping up and volunteering at the Anchorage Youth Court. And I know some people have maybe just joined the AYC and perhaps have different roles. And I guess I'd ask that this is a pretty fascinating program, because what you do, in my perspective, is relieve some congestion and some pressures on the already overburdened justice system, particularly the juvenile justice system. So you're taking what it would be a first-time offense or a minor offense, and not all of them, mind you, but you're actually helping to again send a message that you must be held accountable and responsible for your bad deeds. And you're doing it in a way, and I like the way you described it. You're kind of turning it on its head, and you're telling someone from a peer level that, look, you might have just made a mistake, but you're going to still be held accountable. And sometimes your punishment, actually your consequences that are meted out, are actually as stiff, if not stiffer, than some of the consequences you get at the juvenile system. So I just want to thank you guys for each of that. And congratulations to Harvard and to all of you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Well, it appears that was the only question. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, my name is Fred Becker. I've lived in Anchorage for going on 40 years. I've worked in the retail loss prevention field for about 27 years. I'm currently the co-chair for Anchorage Youth Court. I remember back to a time when, before Anchorage Youth Court, where I would arrest kids 1, 2, 3 times, and the most consequences that they received was a letter from NYC because they were not able to, the NYC was unable to handle the case, and they were adjudicated with a letter saying, you're on informal probation, don't get in trouble again. And what I saw happening was, then I would arrest an 18 to 21-year-old, and now they're an adult, they're facing adult charges, and charges that'll last for the rest of their lives. And they were these 1- and 2-time offenders prior to that were seeing no consequences to their actions, and they continue with their behavior when there's nothing that negatively happened to them. As you can see, Anchorage Youth Court is a great program, and these kids are stand-up examples of it. Prior to Youth Court, there was no return on investment for retailers to stop juveniles because there was no consequences happening to them, and what we ended up doing was deterring them from shoplifting. And, excuse me. So as a retail manager, I not only believe that AYC is a great return on investment for the city of Anchorage, the retailers, and more importantly, the people of Anchorage. I think you need to reinstate that $20,000 back into the budget. Also, one of the things that I've seen Anchorage Youth Court and DJJ, along with the Anchorage Police Department, install is a retail juvenile shoplifting program. It allows us as retailers to contact the parents, have them respond to the store, and not have an APD officer respond. We're able to release the kid to the parent with a directive to contact McLaughlin Youth Center, thus saving the Anchorage Police Department hundreds of hours per year, allowing us to do the directive to contact that. And without AYC support, that program would not be in place right now. Thank you.
Mr. Holman?
Yeah, Mr. Decker, thanks again it's a perfect fit for you, by the way. I know for many years, you and the other older generation, I should say, your father, and for many years in the industry. So it's a perfect fit for you to come in, and I just want to laud you for that, and thank you for your comments, because you're absolutely right, especially the program where you relieve the officer time going out to shoplift, particularly a lower dollar amount for first-time offenders. I think that's a huge savings to the community that people don't just realize. They just don't realize it. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Hi, Fred. Good to see you again. Been a long time.
Howdy.
Just in your comments, I don't know if you were made aware, Ms. Ocean and I both put amendments in to address this, and the administration incorporated it into the substitute version that we have before us. So at this point, unless someone tries to take it out, the money's back.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to come forward?
Last for Anchorage Youth Court. I'm Sharon Leon, the Executive Director, and Madam Chair and Assembly Persons, and Mayor Sullivan. I have maybe a little bit different historical perspective, but I won't be giving any lectures or anything. But I do thank all of you for the tough jobs that you do here, and especially during budget time. We appreciate what you do. And especially right now, we're appreciating that $20,000 that the mayor has helped to put back into the budget, as the Assembly has. And it gives me a good feeling as I retire in June, if it actually passes, that the new Executive Director will start with full funding. And also the fact that you are as far-sighted as the people who came before you and the original adults and students who founded Anchorage Youth Court by empowering youth and giving them responsibility. You in Anchorage were the first ones in the whole state, and now we have 12 youth courts throughout the state. So thank you so much for helping us to continue, especially as our cases are rising.
Just a minute, Sharon.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Starr.
Thanks for speaking to us. What's your overall operating budget?
Overall is $280,000, bare bones staff.
In your facility there on, I think it's on 4th or 5th there, is that, you own that outright, or how do you handle the operating cost of that?
The court owns that. We pay $282 a month in rent, plus all of the utilities, which keep going up. But, I mean, it's a huge savings. We never could afford it right downtown, but we need a facility right next to the court.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Ma'am, I just wanted to
Ms.
say...
Leon, could you return?
I just wanted to say thank you.
Run away.
It sounds like you're retiring in June. I just want to thank you for your service to the youth and our community, particularly the youth.
Thank you. I think it's been my privilege.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, one more,
Ms.
you're not
Leon?
done yet. Well, thank you for your service, and I know the organization will be sad to see you go. Just a question regarding overall funding. What are the various sources of funds for youth court? For example, I'm sure the Bar Association must give tens of thousands of dollars. And
Well, not necessarily. They do give, but not a lot. We could always use more. They did when we first began. They gave more than they are now. However, we receive funding from Division of Juvenile Justice, about $50,000 a year, and besides the municipality's funding. And then United Way, we're a member of United Way, and designated donations have been very well appreciated too. And then the rest of it really is in small grants and fundraising events and things like that.
well, beat up on those lawyers in town. They got money. So.
You could do that.
Thank you very
Anything
much.
else? Thank you.
I finally made it. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, my name is Bob Rupke. I'm with the Northeast Community Council, and I'd like to speak in favor of NUSA appropriation. I disagree with that gentleman back there who spoke that we are providing these folks from outside a vacation. They're coming up here by plane. They're paying for hotel rooms. They're eating at our restaurants. They're buying at our gift shops. And they're going back and telling the folks down the lower 48 what a great place Anchorage is. So I would really appreciate if you would appropriate these funds for NUSA. This is going to be my first time at NUSA here, and I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to have some great speakers, and if you look at the brochure that Mark Butler gave you, I think you would agree that it's just a great thing for this city. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Matt Johnson, and I'm a community organizer, MATTJOHNSON. I was at home getting ready to take my daughter to soccer when I heard the gentleman speak against NUSA, and I had to run up here. And, I think if you're for small government, it doesn't get much smaller than community councils. And I applaud the work that Mark Butler and Al and the other presidents here are doing. I'm president of the North Star Community Council, and I hope that you will support this appropriation for NUSA. It looks like it's going to be pay great dividends for the city of Anchorage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Talbot Chang, representing Sand Lake Community Council, and I would appreciate you if you would support for this NUSA conference. I just can't see, out of all the volunteerism that these folks has placed in organizing and putting this package together, and what advantage this will have for this city, both in community organization and volunteerism, spirit of volunteerism. And lastly, I would like to invite the gentleman who opposed this matter to work with us to bring the expenditure down. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else like to testify on the budget?
Hello, I'm Allie Harvey. I'm actually here later for chickens, but I just keep on hearing this NUSA conversation, so I thought I'd toss in my 2 cents because I'm also a community organizer. And I'm coming from the NUSA process, so as kind of an outsider, I've been asked to participate by giving a tour of community gardens that I've helped put a plot together to teach people how to grow their own food, and it's a volunteer-run garden through the summer. So some of the NUSA organizers approached me and said, would you be willing to, host a quick tour of the garden plots they've put together for the folks that are going to be coming through on the bus, including folks from outside of Anchorage, but also including residents. What I hear, 40-plus people from within the city will be participating in the conference. And I just think that it's a really critical part of starting a dialogue not only outside of our state but also within our community to talk about what connects people to our great neighborhoods, what makes Anchorage unique, how we can all work together to even improve our neighborhoods and improve that connectivity. So even looking beyond the economic benefits of bringing such a conference to Anchorage and what people will take home with them and what kind of money they'll spend here, I think it's a critical kind of a platform to encourage dialogue among the folks that live here about how we can better work together to improve our neighborhoods. So I'm for NUSA, and I just wanted to offer that as my 2 cents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to us on budget?
Good evening. I'm Bethany Markham, M-A-R-C-U-M. I want to start by just commending the city workers, the employees of Mayor Sullivan's municipality right now for what they've been able to do as far as tightening the belt and presenting us with the opportunities that this budget surplus brings to us. But I do want to remind everybody where that money comes from, and essentially that's me. That's me and my husband. I work 2 jobs. My husband is doing as much fill-in work as he can right now, and we're trying to be able to afford to continue living. I volunteer for a lot of different organizations. One of them is the Civil Air Patrol, which we do a lot of the search and rescue. And since gas prices have gone up to where they have been, I haven't been able to afford to make that commute to the hangar every week to go to those meetings and be an active participant. So they've lost me as a volunteer. And one of the reasons for that is because I have to be able to pay my taxes. I have to be able to pay for the basics. And one of the things I have to be able to come up with, of course, is the money that I give to you as the municipality. And that's my money that I work hard for. There's lots of requests for additional funding. I've gone through all of the amendments here. Conferences and such, and those are very valid, worthy things. Youth Court, those are great things. I myself have been involved in lots of those sorts of things through the years. I've planned multiple conferences with over 3,000 people, regional ones, national ones, and I know it's logistical nightmare really to try to plan those things. There's a lot of work involved, and I commend people for doing that. And I did it as a volunteer myself, so I know what's involved. But I also never received $1 of public funding for the conferences that I planned. Every one that I planned was through private donations, through sponsors, and through the participants themselves funding their own way there. And I know it can be done. I know it's difficult. It's not easy always to find the funding. And it's sometimes a lot easier just to ask someone else for the funding. But it can be done. Youth Court, again, a very valid and worthy thing. I think that the offset that they provide, perhaps with the additional costs for sending those through the normal court system, might, in fact, weigh out and balance there. So that's one of the things I might say is more valid. But there are lots of other organizations that provide opportunities for public speaking and things like that as well. And I know that very valid and worthy organizations like that, like Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and such. We have the gentleman here earlier who was working on his Eagle Scout. Those things eventually get the funding. If they are valid and worthy projects, the public will step up. I personally am the sort of person who is more than happy to open my pocketbook for those sorts of things. The gentleman who offered to write a check, that's me. I'm more than happy to write a check privately when I can afford to. But when I can't afford to pay my taxes, I can't afford to make donations to those sorts of things. And so those sorts of things do lose the funding when I can't afford to make those donations. And I should be able to choose where my money gets spent for those sorts of things. If you take the money from me and then you choose where to spend it, you're mandating how to spend my money, essentially. And that's concerning to me because I should be able to make that decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to us on the budget?
Yeah, I'm very confused. My name is Catherine Hicks. This is such a mishmash here that it's very hard for us to, since we just got it tonight, to go through it and state our objectives. But for one thing, it's good to see you back in the chair. It's nice to have somebody that pays attention to the constituents and is polite. And it's good to see Adam here. I hope we see a few more faces later. But I agree with Ms. Markham that that this is our money, we should get the whole budget back. There's no point in the government giving our money back. Even the IRS gives us back if we overpay our taxes, they give it back to us. And that's, I mean, my God, if the IRS can do it, at least you guys can do it, you know. It's just amazing that that you assume that since we overpaid, oh goody, here's more money, we can spend it in more different things. I do agree with the youth court thing and stuff, but I do believe that MUSA can raise their own funds. We don't need to participate with them in any way. A friend of mine said that if you may have to borrow money to buy a car, but you sure don't have to, this was a while ago, you sure don't have to get a loan to buy fuel for the car. And we do that in all respects. We borrow money to pay for a police academy, and then we borrow money to upkeep it, and we never budget anything in. And I think it's time that the school boards or the assembly and everybody starts balancing their budget and planning in on maintenance. Nobody gives me a loan when I have to fix something in my house. I have to save for it and pay for it myself. And I think that's what the budget ought to do. And I am very proud of Mayor Sullivan for putting on that gift site. I think that all these people that want us to give they want more, then let them go to the gift site and pay the extra taxes, and they can have their more. I'm not going to go to that site because I pay more than 32% of my total income in property tax as it is. So they talk about doing the 16% sales tax. I think that would be a great thing if they did that in lieu of the property tax. I would be making out like a bandit, and that's even including my old parts discount. It's just amazing to me that we pay so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to us on the budget?
Madam Chairman.
Could you speak in the mic, sir? There you go. Thanks.
Madam Chairman, welcome back. My name is Richard Kohler. Mr. Tremblay is my assemblyman, and Mr. Honeman. I see the mayor is missing, but good evening to the mayor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my real estate tax from '08. This is my real estate tax from '09. This is my real estate tax in 10. I just filed my tax forms a few weeks ago. Over the last 2 years, my taxes have gone up this much. Over the last 10 years, this is where it started, $3,420. Most of this increase has come over the since '08. And that is consistent with Miss Drummond and Miss Jackson and our late Gutierrez and former Mayor Begich. These are the memories that I have of my political activism in this community. That I've been robbed at gunpoint for the political purposes of a few individuals who line their campaign pockets, and then with the use of graft, expand the budget so that their supporters gain. My streets have not changed. My schools have probably not improved with the amount of money that has increased in my property taxes. And I'd just like to say as I depart that I did do some statistics here and stuff and percentages, but I'm not too sure they were right because I'm a nurse, not a mathematician. But I'm also a member of the Tea Party, and I'm taxed enough already. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak to us on the budget?
Hi, I'm Cindy Hite, H-I-T-E. I want to thank Mayor Sullivan, first of all, to the attempt to give back some of the money, the surplus or the savings or whatever words are being used in the memorandum. I don't know. I don't think government has savings or surplus. I think the money is ours, and you take it for the things that you think or feel you need for government to take care of streets and whatever else the city does. There's a lot of excellent programs out there that need money, want money. I know that we'd like to fund all that. It's not possible to fund all that. We're learning that in our nation, and we should be learning that in our city. We should be learning it in our state. It's kind of a catch-22. You know, you took in too much money. Now you say, okay, you got all these people that want some of that money, everybody wants a hand in it. But it was really the taxpayers' money that you took and didn't use, which is awesome. I mean, it's kind of like I said, you're in a bad situation. It should be given back. It should all be given back to the taxpayer, not handed out to what you all decide would be the best place for it to go. I don't have a good place I want it to go. I don't want to take my favorite charity and give it to them. I might want to buy a latte, or I might want to get my kids braces. I don't understand why you guys keep thinking that it's okay to tell me where to spend my money. I give you enough of it. I overpaid my insurance policy this year. That big bad capitalist insurance company sent me back a check saying I overpaid them. I overpaid my federal taxes this year. The IRS sent me back a check. I don't think I'm going to get a check from the municipality to Cynthia Hite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to us on the budget? Can I get a rough idea how many more people are planning to testify? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Colvard, and I live in Jewel Lake, and this is my son Jonathan. And I'm going to graduate on Sunday with my degree, and I have $80,000 in student debt. And I'd really like to pay that myself without you discussing where I should be spending my money. I still have to save for his college, and I've still got to pay for him to get to the age of majority. So I'd rather me spend my money than, no offense, you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to speak? Okay.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is William Harrington, and the first thing, since we're talking about budget, I think what you need is to budget time by putting a big clock right there that goes for 3 minutes and then an alarm goes off. Budgeting time, I mean, you all must have Gucci seats, because back here in the cheap seats, we can't sit here this long. We need to move things along. Now, on budgeting, anybody know who Heather Fong is? Heather Fong is the retired chief of police of San Francisco, California. Her pension is $247,000 a year. Multiplied by 10, that's $2,470,000. Multiplied by 20, that's $5 million that San Francisco is going to pay somebody for not working. Hey, too bad for them, right? Except that every city is kind of in the same boat. These problems, let me just say this. You will use the word crisis without budget, but in the future years, I don't think you'll be using the word budget without crisis. Now, as the gentleman pointed out, his taxes are going up. We've been very fortunate in Alaska over the last 3 to 5 years, that property values have held steady. What's going to happen when property values fall by 10, 20, 30%, and people like him run in and say, give me a lower assessment, and I'm paying less tax? Crisis.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to us on the budget? Hearing and seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. I am now going to call for our about half-hour dinner break. I apologize to all of you out there. And when we come back, we will debate the budget. Thank you. We are in recess. Is the first quarter operating budget revisions. Motion would be in order.
Move 2011-73, the S version.
Second.
That item is before us. I believe it might be expeditious to jump right into the amendments. Does everybody have a packet in front of them? I'd like to go through them in the order because they're numbered. So the first one I have is, would someone like to move it?
Move amendment number 1.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee, you want to speak to it?
Just that I think what we've got in front of us is it seems as if we are shifting the burden onto the parents of the kids. Why not only do they have to pay to go out for sports, now we're going to charge them to use the tracks, and I don't think that's where we should be. I think we've got the money, and my concern is we're requiring them to pay $45,000 to use our football stadium. At what point do we price kids out of playing sports?
And just for the public's benefit, this is a $60,000 amendment that reinstates funding to the Anchorage School District for trails, $15,000, football stadium, $45,000, and
all,
to
Madam
track
Chair.
potential fees. All right. Mr. Honeman, you want to speak to it?
Well, I think for me, it's a philosophical point of view. It's basically, to me, we've got one wallet in my back pocket, or one checkbook that I use at a time. And if I write that check to the municipality, and I think it was addressed earlier, my tax bill comes in one time, and I pay that, and it's broken down by where the money goes to. It's broken down, and it's pretty simple to me. We're basically shifting money that's paid once by the residents, and we're just basically moving it from one ledger to the other. And I see that as somewhat counterproductive to just a good, efficient operation of government. So I support this amendment.
Mr. Birch.
I guess what I struggle with is we spent a whole lot of time going through the school district budget, and it's you know, I wouldn't say it's quite double the city budget, but it's very extensive and very expensive. And I guess when we start reinstating funding, we have it pretty much drilled home to us that we approve one aggregate budget for the school district, and you know, I think when you try to get down into the weeds, you know, as much as we might want to or like to, I think the fact of the matter is we approve a school district budget in the aggregate. The school board has the ability to modify and reassign within their $800 million budget priorities such as we see here for football and trails. So I would, I guess I'm not certain I see the reason for this. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Well, Mr. Birch brought up a point that I was looking around to see if there was anybody from the school district, and maybe Mr. Rada could help with this. Is this currently in the school district budget? Does anybody know if the $60,000 was in their budget that we passed?
Mr. Vakilis, do you want Mr. Rada to come forward, or do you?
Well, we can answer those questions from a budget director or here, John, you don't need to get up yet, but this is in the school district budget. The budget that we approved has you know, whether monies that they're not receiving from us or monies that we're anticipating receiving from them is all included in their budget.
The other question I have is to Mr. Rada, as far as the football stadium and the use of the football stadium. I know we've been discussing, does the school district do anything as far as the maintenance or the operation of the football stadium when they use it, and how do they leave it?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston. The Anchorage football stadium, when used by the school district, basically is a zero cost to them currently. They perform no maintenance. They make an effort to clean up with a crew after their uses, but all maintenance, any improvements, everything is handled by Parks and Recreation or through facility maintenance.
And trash?
I'm sorry?
Trash?
The trash is picked up, and then we pay for that as well.
And as far as renting, do we rent porta potties, or is it just?
It's all our cost, whatever the costs are. Other than last year when we had to shut down the building after the report from USKH, they had to bear some of the costs themselves because we couldn't afford. I mean, we weren't going to pay for portables or whatever the conditions were. They weren't the best. We understand that. But the additional costs they picked up because they had to on behalf of the team use and the kids. But other than that, everything we pay.
What about the concessions?
Concessions has been handled by one of the booster clubs. I believe Elvie can speak to that. We had a conversation about it, but we have no revenues that come from the use of the stadium.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
Oh, my question is, Mr. Rada. All the entrance fees for the games, you answered the question. You receive no money from it, so it's
no
a complete
revenues.
Cost to the city, and there's no cost for the school district. They receive basically all the revenues that come in from.
Right. They through the Anchorage School District, the use of the stadium, as well as through OSSAW, which comes under their umbrella, they take the gate revenues.
Thank you.
Seeing no further, Mr. Honeman.
Yeah, Mr. Rada, just real quick, sorry. And I know you say you didn't get any of the money of the concessions or a split, like we would say at the Sullivan Arena or something like that through the operations and whatnot. But does not the school district pay for instance, if they're using Ben Boeke, Sullivan Arena, Sullivan's probably a different venue, but Ben Boeke or Dempsey or any of the municipally owned and operated facilities, are they not paying the municipality for their hourly rate?
There's a difference in
it's a contract
Ben Boeke, Dempsey Anderson, the McDonald Center in Eagle River, they pay for ice time. And then they take the gate and, whatever goes along associated with that. If they use the pools, they pay a reduced rate for the pools. And that's the only two they pay for.
Well, what about a non-school organization such as a hockey organization, a men's league, or Anchorage Hockey Association, or Alaska All-Stars? If they rent from the Dempsey or whatever, who pays for that?
They do.
And what rate?
I can't quote you the rates off the top of my head. It's somewhere in the area of $235 to $265 an hour, I believe, currently, whether it be a static or a paid gate rate.
And so that and whether they charge or not, you don't get money from that if they charge for a venue there, concessions or anything?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in queue, please vote on Amendment 1. That amendment fails 5-6. We're now at Amendment 2. This is to reinstate funding to the Anchorage School District for tax bill collection costs, $495,000. Apparently, there's no interest in making that amendment.
I'll move the amendment. I'm just trying to wait till the screen comes up so I can speak.
Well, that is true. It's not coming up very fast, is it, Mr. Traney?
Get on the floor. There.
Okay, it's up now, I think. I apologize. All right.
There.
Would you like to speak to it, Mr. Traney?
Just to the administration, does it really cost us as much as they're being charged to collect taxes? I mean, why are we charging that much money?
Lucinda will respond.
The amount that we are proposing is representative of the actual labor costs as well as the miscellaneous supplies, stamp, paper, et cetera, that it takes in order for us to print the bills associated with property taxes. So it is a real cost, and it does cost that amount. And this, and what we're showing you here represents 49%, which would be the equivalent of ASD's property taxes of the total.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Traney?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman?
I guess, once again, philosophically, we're talking about taking a ledger of money amount. I mean, it's the same dollar amount. I think there was a testifier earlier that said, whether, the school district is not they cannot directly tax the community on their own, and who's to say they couldn't do it at a cheaper rate if they could. My concern is that we're, again, just shifting the money. The cost is being borne either way by the taxpayer, and we're now basically adding more money into a school district budget that, as Mr. Birch testified to earlier, is growing and growing. Mr. Starr made a comment that perhaps money is being spent on items that not into the classrooms, and this is just one of those items, and I'm just opposed to that. Why do we keep shifting monies around? It's the same money. We have to pay for it. The taxpayer ends up paying the same amount, whether we split it in two books or not. It doesn't make sense.
Ms. Johnston?
Is this in the school district budget that we passed?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, could we clarify one point?
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
The amount that's listed here is actually two parts. It's not only the amount that it takes to issue the property tax bills, but also the uncollected portion that, we don't collect all the property tax that we assess out there, and, including part of the property tax that's allocated to the school district. So sharing in the uncollected part is probably also appropriate, particularly when you look back historically. We have not charged the school district nearly $13 million in uncollected property tax that represents their share of uncollected property tax, pretty significant. So, in order to do true accounting and make sure that things are divided equally between city and school district, this is the methodology that should be used. And again, we've given them a significant break over the last decade or so, almost $13 million.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to the administration is this. I appreciate and respect your comments, Mr. Mayor, regarding the school district's share of uncollected property taxes, but when the city repossesses property, or whatever it's called, I'm having a mind blank at this time, but anyway, when property is taken from foreclosed, thank you, Mr. Honeman, foreclosed property and the property sold, do you share that revenue with the school district? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't know the answer to that.
No, we don't. We don't share that. And the reason is because we are the ones that are bearing the entire cost of it. So as the mayor pointed out, the $12.5 million is a reduction in revenues as a result of not collecting the full amount of property tax, and it is not shared with the school district.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. I did. Oh, sorry. 4 to, what is that, 8? 7. Sorry, math, right. That amendment fails. Thank you. We're now at amendment number 3. This is a delete on the revenue for sign-off tax on weapons, $7,500. I'm sorry, there we go.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Trainee.
Chief, please come up for a minute, if you would. Through the chair, thanks, Chief, for being here.
Your microphone, Mr. Trainee, is your microphone on? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I thought I was loud enough.
Better now. Thank you.
Usually people tell me to turn it down. You came to the meeting, Machine Gun Club, and you said this was not that big of a deal for you. It was not that much money you were going to be picking up for it. Something about not willing to die on the sword on this issue.
Did I say that?
I can have him come here and testify if you'd like, Chief.
This amendment was part of an overall package this last fall where we looked at everything that we did and everything we charged for and everything we did for free. And we estimated everything that we weren't collecting money on and came up with a cost. The cost for this one is $7,500 a year. It's not a big ticket item either way. That's pretty much what it is.
What's the cost every time you do it? What's the cost we now charge for it, for your signature?
Well, we're not charging for my signature. We're charging for the 2 hours of sergeant time it takes to work up the package.
I know, but they can't process the form unless your signature's on it. So what does it cost?
It would be $75. Was it $150 per?
How many do you do a year, approximately? How many do you anticipate you're going to do?
Well, I mean, we could divide 7,500 by 150. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but somebody over there with a calculator? Pardon me?
50.
150 people a year? 50 people a year.
I'm sorry, could we clarify, was it 50 or 150?
50 times 150 each.
Thank you.
Equals 7,500 and some.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you being here.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, it's just many people that come to this feel it's their constitutional right to have these weapons. And I could go through a whole dissertation on the Second Amendment, but we want to get out here tonight. Nonetheless, the people feel they're being forced to come in for a signature they don't have to get. They're willing to get the signature, but not to pay this fee. If you really wanted me to, I could bring a group of people in here, but short of that, I want to get rid of this particular cost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I might defer differ here a little bit with Mr. Trainee, but it's not a huge fee. I could perhaps see entertain a reduction at some point, but I don't see it's a huge fee, so I probably, in all due respect, Mr. Trainee, may not support this amendment, so thank you.
I'll have him call you.
Could IT report over to the mayor's area? Thank you. Mr. Starr.
You sound like a school teacher.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman. I have a question about Mr. Trainee through the chair. Is it only for machine guns, or is there other weapons that he?
No, it's machine guns and silencers.
Okay, thank you.
And primarily what we're seeing is a large influx of people getting silencers, so that's primarily what you're going to see come to the chief for his signature.
But there's no controls through the police department for the ammunition or anything else that's shipped in?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, you said you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about how it is that we would implement the suggested change here. The code requires the assessment of the fee, as I understand it. So this amendment would simply mean that the revenue doesn't go into the police budget but remains unappropriated until some later time? Or is there some anticipation that there's going to be a code change?
Madam Chair, to Dennis, I would expect there would be a code change coming forward. If this passes, I intend to author it. That wipes the code out to zero.
In the meantime,
no fee.
The fee would still be assessed and collected to stay in compliance with the code.
Until the code's changed.
Well, I'm sorry, I got confused there. So basically, the question was, Mr. Wheeler, would this fee still be collected until the code is changed?
Actually, I think I was just pointing out that would actually
that would occur,
yes, because there's no code change.
Okay.
If I get this, then I'll come through with a code change, madam. Get rid of it.
All right. Ms. Johnston?
I guess this is to Mr. Trainee. Are there any other registration of guns besides machine guns and silencers?
This is a law in 1934. It's just machine guns, suppressed weapons, destructive devices. And that's simple things like, do you remember when, heavens, it was Treasury Secretary decided he didn't like black machine guns. They were called street sweepers because they had an ugly name with them. Had they painted them pink, it wouldn't have been a problem. But the company made them in black. So, yes, those were also assessed a $200 fee. Nothing other than he didn't like the way they looked. It was Lloyd Benson, I think. Anyway.
So, and the silencers is just to be friendly with your family, or?
It's because it's nice not to make noise. It's a lot easier for people to go out and not to have to put earmuffs on to shoot quietly. It's a lot easier. Anytime you'd like to go, let me know. I'll take it with me.
Okay. Thank you. I have to say that, as Mr. Trainee knows, I had quite an educational discussion with Representative Hawker on this issue, and I'm still slightly confused, but thank you.
There appears to be no one else in queue.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, one of the things that the body needs to be cautious about when you're deleting money is you're now changing the police department budget. So if you want their budget, or their revenue source, so if you want their budget to remain the same, there needs to be a corresponding increase in property tax, or you need to amend their budget downward, and essentially you're taking money away from that department. So you've got that choice.
All right. Thank you. Please vote. That amendment failed. 3 to 8, 9 to 11. The next one before us is Amendment 4. This is an $881,000 item on the police department to utilize currently unappropriated forfeiture funds to pay the 2011 expenses of the police academy. And, I'm sorry, go ahead. Mr. Starr?
Decrease.
And wait, we need a second.
I didn't move it, actually. I'd like to move $270,415.
Could you repeat that figure, please?
$270,415.
All right, so the Amendment 4 figure would be $270,415, and it appears, Mr. Birch, you seconded that? All right. Mr. Starr, would you like to speak to it?
Well, first off, I'd like to give my appreciation to Mr. Wheeler. I've been peppering him all week with sort of legalities, and we've educated ourselves through most of his efforts on the fund I'm talking about is Department of Justice allocation funds for seized items. Money is distributed to the police department. My amendment would utilize basically an account that the police department has of $1.2 million, which is currently unappropriated. I understand through emails with the chief and Deputy Chief Smith, they have a lot of uses for this money in their programs. However, $1.2 million in an unappropriated manner to me, with more pressing needs of trying to figure out the funding for how we're going to pay for the police academy and the associated costs, ratchets me up from that. So what we've done, or what I've done here in the proposal of the $270,415 is to appropriate dollars out of the forfeiture fund and less burden on the taxpayer for the upcoming academy. And the $270,415 is an allowable charge against that forfeiture fund. The $881, some portion of that would not be. You can't. There's certain restrictions in how you can do it with a growing department and not. I won't bore with all of that, but I suspect we have the legal basis to move the $270,415 out of the forfeiture fund and into the academy, which would match up with other monies that we moved earlier in the fall to pay for this. So I'd like support on it. I think that the police still have adequate funds left in the forfeiture fund. It grows throughout the year, and I'd be happy to talk to the chief more about a mechanism to appropriate that more with our input as our job is. So that's what I move.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
We don't want this. We don't want this.
I'll pass. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Honeman?
Well, I guess that was my question, was what's the administration stand on the reduction or decrease in the swapping of the monies, or?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple elements. I'm going to have the Sheriff Frasca speak to one thing that we need to do procedurally, but the Department of Justice, as I understand it, is here next week, and the chief will have the opportunity to review with them just what expenses are able to be done through the forfeiture money and what cannot be. So we'll get a clarification at that time. But we think, just in our cursory analysis, that Mr. Starr could well be correct that this amount of money would probably pass muster with them. But we really, quite frankly, can't answer that question definitively till we get a chance to speak with them directly.
Well, my question, Madam Chair, if you just indulge us, what would be the harm of approving, or I guess not allowing this, and then making this adjustments at a later point, as we've all understood, that if we can utilize these funds, otherwise we would essentially end up with a fund balance if we appropriated the entire amount on budget. Mr. Starr,
well, the main problem is we would have already sent the tax bills out and we would have collected money from the public for something that potentially is reimbursable. And I think if Mr. Wheeler would speak to it, his homework is pretty right on task with the ability to purchase items. They distinctly qualify, and the first book was 30 pages, which I read it cover to cover. It does allow first-year salaries. However, you're not allowed to do it in a supplemental to your body or a supplanting of tax dollars for labor. However, the other costs, which flesh out in all the background checks and all the other fees, would I believe, pass muster.
I guess without doing a lot of debating, we probably do offline. I'm probably not in favor of this simply because it appears we're maybe in some gray area, and I'm concerned that we won't have an academy. I mean, we've already been pushing this thing far enough, and I'm just concerned about it. But, Mr. Starr, I appreciate your efforts in trying to find the funding.
If I could just add one more comment, I mean, the other deference would be to allow my amendment to move forward, and then if the funds needed to be made available, you could utilize our fund balance for that, and I don't think that's a dangerous thing to do. They're healthy. $270,000 is not $2.7 million.
I think we're kind of both point counterpoint when the ball's pinging back and forth.
Well,
Okay. I would like to not have this be debate right now, but do you have
I think
any other?
that's what we're in, Madam Chair, and I think the point is that the taxpayer shouldn't be burdened with this when we have additional monies in the bank. So I'll
Okay.
leave it at that.
Thank you. But, Mr. Honeman, you had the floor. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think I said enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Trombley, you were next.
One thing I like about this amendment is that it doesn't utilize local tax dollars or federal tax dollars. And am I correct on that, Mr. Starr?
It uses federal money.
Well, federal money, but it's from confiscated items, correct, and whether it's a drug bust, robberies, those kind of things. And so I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Fresca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just clarify, Mr. Starr, on the amendment, I think what you intend to do is reduce our $881,000 by the 270, correct? So then you make room for a second appropriation in a separate action of the forfeiture funds.
Well,
Because we don't have the grant funds appropriated in our direct cost budget, is the...
but your S version does include full funding for the academy based on property taxes.
Correct. And
So
why-
what I'm trying to do is relieve the property tax burden with the forfeiture money.
Correct. And so you want to reduce by $270,000
Correct.
the amount. So,
That's
yeah.
right.
Okay. And then this is similar to what you did last December when you approved the budget, or a couple months ago, with the $380,000 in the forfeiture funds for the academy that I believe Mr. Honeman supported at that time.
That's correct. And if you can, the body can look at it, although I've studied it all weekend, that still leaves $615,000 or so of monies required from a tax burden to pay for the
Right.
academy. So I think that it's easily explained. Thank you.
I'm going to interject here. The clerk would like the exact wording on this, so maybe you, Mr. Starr, could work on it, or Ms. Frasca, or someone.
There's really nothing to work on. I mean, it's basically instead of the 881, you replace it with 270415.
Ms. Frasca?
I think you reduced the 881 by the 270 down to the I have to do my math here, but down to the 600 and some odd.
610, 624.
610, 624 that remains for the salaries and benefits.
All right, is everybody clear? The clerk still would like some clarification. Barbara, go ahead.
Could you tell me, Cheryl, exactly what the wording in the description should be? Or is this wording okay, or is it, I want to make sure that we've got it going the right way and that these words are saying what we intend.
Madam Chair?
I was going to suggest that we just wait on this a minute and go to the next one and then come back.
I'm a bit confused, too, because I see Mr. Starr's amendment as a decrease in the budgeted amount in the estimate.
Okay. If there would be no objection from the body, I'd like to move to the next amendment and then come back to this one, if that's all right. Seeing no objection, then I'm going to put Amendment 4 to the side and come back to it. And I'm going to clear everybody who's in queue, so I apologize for that, if I can here. All right, the next one is Amendment 5.
Madam Chair,
Just a moment. Mr. Wheeler?
sorry, I had requested to speak if it's all right.
Well, I did have you in queue, but since we are holding this amendment,
Okay, thank
you
you.
wanted to speak before we move to the next one, sir?
I can speak to it when we come back.
Thank you. All right, I apologize for how slow I am on this, folks. Okay, Amendment 5 is $8,400 to provide funding for a copier, including maintenance costs and computers for the Ombudsman's office, $8,400.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move $8,400 to provide for a copier and computers for our Ombudsman's office. I'm really, pleased to say, and I hope the rest of you feel the same, that we have a new Ombudsman who is doing an absolutely wonderful job, much needed, and we just approved, or not approved, but we just got information this afternoon on the fact that we have an admin person now, and these folks need this equipment to do their job in the best way possible. Their computers are old, they're outdated, there's a lot of confidential information that they have to pass through these systems, and it's just really important that they have the right tools to do their jobs, and it's $8,400, folks. I can't even calculate what the tax effect would be.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Trainee seconded that, and Ms. Gray Jackson made the motion, even though the screen is not accurate there. All right, Madam Clerk, is that okay? All right. Mr. Hall?
Yes, I would...
Turn on the mic.
I would like to do a couple of things. One, I'd like to do a bit of a clarification in that Ms. Osiander and I have met with Ms. Jones, and we've had a discussion about her needs, and we are pursuing trying to find that within our assembly budget. So we're hoping to be able to do that without having to look at doing an amendment to the budget. And with that, I probably won't be speaking any more this evening, but I've really got to share with the body. You're going to find I'll be voting relatively consistent this evening in the no category. And I want to share with you that when we did the budget a couple of 3 months ago, it was pretty agonizing going through it at that time because we were really trying to be conscientious of what was going on in the community needs, trying to make sure that we could maintain the quality of life. But at that time, I heard from a lot of people in the community that were really having some hard times making ends meet. And what I use for a bit of a wind gauge for myself is every morning I stop at my local gas station and pick up a cup of coffee on my way to the office. And I got to tell you, what I've seen happen over the last 3 months with what's happening with gas, fuel, and energy prices, people that I've seen go in there and making purchases now are struggling to buy a couple of 3 gallons worth of gas. I'm appalled. I see people go in and run 4 or 5 credit cards to finally find one that will actually be able to take a charge. I'm fortunate in that I've worked hard all my life, and I live a fairly good lifestyle myself. But that wasn't always true in my life. I come from a poor family, and I absolutely know what it means to struggle to be able to pay the rent, actually put food on the table, and get the utilities paid. And I've got nieces, nephews, and grandkids that are at that same point in their life. So we worked real hard putting together the budget that we did. We've discussed most of the items that we're going to discuss this evening during that time and come to a conclusion with a budget that we passed 11-0. So, it's with a heavy heart that I'll be probably voting no on most everything on this tonight, because I really do think that we're at a time that this community needs everything it can do to help it get through the times that we're dealing with. And I think there's a large section of this community that falls into that category. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
This assembly for 2 years ignored the Ombudsman's office. Whether we want to admit it or not, they did. And quite frankly, we're lucky to have Barbara there now. And she's been working overtime, but she does not have the equipment she needs to do that job correctly. The copier is even out of maintenance. It doesn't have any maintenance schedule. We need to give them a new one. These are the people that handle complaints from all of our constituents. And if we're going to pass some legislation that's on our docket tonight, they're going to get a lot of calls from people. So they need to have the equipment they need desperately to do their job, Madam Clerk, Madam Chairman. I'll be voting for this.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Who didn't vote? Mr. Birch? You're a no vote? Then the motion failed, 5-6. Okay, moving on. Mr. Starr,
you can just plow on. I mean,
Okay.
It's the biggest of the night, but I don't mind going down through the.
Thank you. All right. I'm assuming 6A and 6B, there's nothing to deal with. All right?
And Madam Chair, that's because the yes version already includes that amount.
Right. So I assume there'll be no amendments for that. Amendment 7, this is for $218,000 to provide funding for a CityView database upgrade for mobiles, including installation and contract services for the clerk's office and the ombudsman's office.
What number are you talking about?
Number 7. Is there interest in moving this amendment? Mr. Trainee?
I'll move this one.
Okay. Would you like to speak to it?
It's self-evident. Sorry, it's self-evident. We've got to have the CityView database working to do the jobs we've asked our clerk's office to do. So I'll move this one forward.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I spent quite a bit of time on this because I actually would like to have something like this. I mean, I can see the need for it, but I've also understood, and I'd like to ask the administration, what needs to be done to have CityView get to the point where it would meet the clerks or the Assembly's needs of the business and alcohol licensing, and probably historical properties modules.
Could you repeat?
Well, I'm wondering, in our discussions, what I've understood is that in order to get this to work, you need to start with the planning aspect of it. Is that right?
That's correct. We need to implement the historical properties module first,
Mm-hmm.
and then we implement the complaint tracking module second, and then the update in regard to alcohol and business licensing.
And have you scoped this out? Do you know the cost, and do you know if it's something you'd be able to do within this first quarter, or the second quarter?
Currently, as you're aware, we are implementing some major projects, which is Kronos. We're looking at selecting our ERP. We're doing data virtualization. So it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, for us to allocate resources immediately to do this project.
Ms. Mahoney, we're having difficulty hearing you. Is your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Would you have a timeline that you could get? Do you feel that you would be able to address this or implement it, or?
We are in the process right now of working with contractors to identify the roles and the responsibilities associated with who would implement what and establishing a timeline. Our CIO, Lance Ahern, is working with them now. It's possible that we could implement or begin to implement this towards the latter part of this year, but definitely we would get it on schedule for 2012.
And when you say implement it, would you say that at the end of 2012, would that just be implementing the historical properties module, or would that, so you're just beginning the process?
No, in 2012, the plan at this point, prior to having all of the details, of course, which we are working out, it would be to implement those 3 modules plus an upgrade of the entire system to 2011 CityView, which would enable Citizens Portal and access into a lot of information from the public perspective.
Do you have this one is for $218,000. Do you know what that covers, what cost that covers?
The 218 covers the software and some implementation costs, but as I indicated, we are still working on developing the full implementation, so I don't know the full amount at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this amendment is an Assembly Department amendment and it's for our clerk's office, and we have very, very little staff as it is, folks, I'd like to hear our Madam Clerk respond to this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The clerk's office, the Assembly staff at this point is 60% of what it was when I started 8 years ago. We've done a very good job reducing our workload, doing things differently. This is a tool that not only serves how we do our work, but it's also for the public. I met with the CFO after another meeting, and I thought I had her assurance that she said it's a good program, it's a reasonable program, and we can play it out of fund balance. I thought we had it tonight, but I guess if we can schedule it. Our biggest problem with scheduling is we don't want to roll this out during next year's election because our workload doubles during the months of March and April. So I'm disappointed, but if we can get this scheduled at some point, it's very worthwhile.
Anything else, Ms. Gray Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Trainee?
Madam Chair, my concern is we're throwing our clerk's office under the bus going down the street. They're trying to do the best job they can. They've got reduced manpower. They need this upgraded computer system to provide services to our constituents. And Barbara, from the clerk's office, come here to the microphone if you would, Madam Chair. I'd appreciate it. How important is a working city view to what you do?
Well, Mr. Trainee, through the chair, all of the work that we do is in CityView. It's a database that keeps track of the complaints and the information about the constituents that contact us.
So if the system's not working or it's out of date, you can't provide that information to the people calling in with ombudsman complaints, can you?
We have the information. It's just probably not as efficient as it could be. We could be more efficient with the upgrade. We're in a different position than the clerk's office, where the clerk's office doesn't have their system is different. Our situation is a little bit different.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, we really, I guess it goes back to fundamental philosophy here. We're trying to be a professional-run, efficient operation here, and we can't be if we're working with the improper tools, and no one gets good government. And I hope this amendment passes. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else in the queue, I'd like to ask a question. If I may?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. My understanding from an earlier conversation with you, Ms. Mahoney, is that the administration does believe that we should proceed with CityView, but I thought your concern was inadequate manpower staffing in order to implement it in the chunk that's being presented here tonight. Is that correct, or did I miss something?
No, that is correct.
So you basically then are assuming that it's coming in steps, and this next step will come the next year? Is that correct?
At this point, we don't have the resources to implement any of it in 2011. And when I say resources, I mean the IT staff associated with it. And as we complete our ERP evaluation and as we get farther along in our Kronos implementation, we will have more resources available towards the end of the year. But at this point in time, we do not have the resources to support the project. We will probably have, and we will schedule these resources to be available in 2012.
Then the final question I have is, I really strongly want to support the clerk's concern about doing this during the months of March and April. Do you have any idea of time frame, assuming that we're following through on the intent of implementing the following steps the following year?
What we would do is we would work with the clerk's office to not disrupt their operations, which I understand are very intense, January through April. And we would work to develop the schedule such that as soon as they're finished, we will begin implementation of this. Now, if you recall, I had indicated that we are also looking to upgrade the entire system to the 2011 version. It's possible that we can start working on that earlier in the year such that we get to the point where we're looking at the clerk data and we need the clerk's input after the election period. We will need to work with them on the details because as I'd indicated earlier, we are still working with contractors to really fully understand the scope as well as the implementation costs.
Okay. It's my belief, based on multiple conversations at the Assembly as a whole, is very committed to moving forward in this. So if you could share with us the timeline on this more frequently, I think we could all be up to speed on it. So thank you very much. Ms. Johnston.
I'm sorry to step back in here. Of course, one of the thoughts were that we could contract this out. And if later on in this year, if it looks feasible, would you be open for something like that? Or after you scope, I realize right now, to me it sounds like what you're doing is you're scoping the project. We're all sort of discussing something ethereal that we have no idea what we're talking about. But you're scoping the project out.
That is correct. As I'd indicated, Lance is working with contractors this week to understand what it would take to implement this and what is the scope, what would be the cost, what are the roles and responsibilities. IT will have a role, the users will have a role, the vendor will have a role, and the contractors will have a role. Who will do what? Typically, before you start spending money, you understand all that and you lay it all out in a methodical approach.
And if it looks feasible and plausible, would there be an opportunity to address it later on this year?
My opinion is yes, and my opinion would be is if it is the will of the Assembly that we could consider and do a fund balance appropriation towards the latter part of the year once the resources become available in IT.
And we've scoped out the project.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry. I see no one else in queue. Please vote. That amendment fails 4-7. At this point, we are moving on to amendment number, 8. Mr. Starr, this was an amendment to delete $121,566 for senior, wait, was this in the S version? I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought it was. Mr. Starr, did you want to deal with this, or are we already?
No, we're fine. I don't have to move it. We've just reconciled the amount. So between the $121,566, which is yearly cost, the position won't actually go away till later in the year, which prorates it down to the $38,250, and the administration is apparently happy with that. They've incorporated that amount into their S version, and I'm happy with that too.
All right, so we're skipping number 8 and moving then to 9 revised. This is for $65,000 to reinstate service for Mountain View Route 45G early morning and late night runs, the same level of trips during peak traffic times. Ms. Gray Jackson has made the motion, and Mr. Flynn has seconded it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel comfortable saying this. I don't think there's anybody from there through here, and maybe in the audience too, who knows what it's like to depend on riding the bus. And I've said this many, many times. I spent 21 of the 29 years I lived in Anchorage riding the bus, and most of the time, well, half, I had no choice. The other half was by choice. It's really, really difficult when you need to get to work and you don't have a way to get to work because there's no bus to get you there. This route, number one, the dollar amount is really a small amount. It's in a community and an area within our community that they really, really need this bus service. You know, these folks work, they have jobs, and they contribute to the economy of our community. And it's a small amount of money to help these folks get to work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to remind the body that during our budget conversation last fall, the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce asked us to please help people get to work. And this is a principal way of doing it. There's a lot of hardworking folks in Mountain View who can't afford vehicles, and I think with the rise of gas prices. There will be much more demand placed on our bus system. I think we'll see a terrific return in ridership, an increase in ridership, and an increase in fares. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. Johnston, you went out of queue. Mr. Hall.
Yes. Do we have anybody from the administration that has the ability to validate this need?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Hall. The Route 45 does run through Mountain View. When we made some changes as a result of the existing budget that we have, we made some route changes on Route 8 to pick up some of those needs that we knew that we would have on the Route 45. I've asked my operations folks and my planning folks to see actually how many people we have left behind since we've changed our route structure, our routing, which was about 6 weeks ago. And we've notified that about 3 times in the last 6 weeks we were not able to pick somebody up at a stop, and 45 is one of our most productive routes. So we've made the adjustments as best we can to pick up the riders that are there.
What would be the wait time between that bus and the next?
I think that this route, they run on a half hour. 45 runs on a half hour schedule, and then the 8 runs between that. So typically people are waiting less than a half an hour on the Route 45.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Lance.
Hello,
I hate
Ellie.
to put you on the spot, but I'm going to anyway. Do we need this bus service, period? No?
Not right now.
Not right now?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And this amendment fails. It's a 5-6. The next amendment before us is Amendment 10, and this is for $80,000 to provide funding to assist with the costs of the Neighborhood USA Conference.
Move to approve.
Anybody like to speak? Whoops. My screen just flashed. Barbara? Okay, thank you. It came back. Mr. Honeman.
Well, I think we've heard, from folks from the community council. These are our residents from neighbors from different various community councils, and having been a member of my own community council and certainly participating, and I'm also a registrant, I'll give you that, to this conference, and we're going to be an exhibitor. I think this is a valuable investment in our community, and it's more than just adding fluff. It's basically trying to meet their budget as the time is drawing closer and closer. And my challenge, if approved, is to the Federation and the NUSA Committee, is if you should find a secure nonprofit or other fundraising efforts or whatnot, that you not use the full amount and perhaps do as I know the mayor did when he was part of the Arctic Winter Games and check back to the city if the funding were to come in other forms. So that would be my challenge, and I would urge support of this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Well, good planning generally indicates, I mean, this is coming up a month from now. I think the compelling testimony I heard this evening was without the funding here, the conference will be okay. With the funding, it'll be amazing. And I guess I'm okay with okay. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I think I have 9 community councils, but I attend 8 of them every single month and listen to these folks because this is my connection to the folks who live in my district. And a lot of people don't realize just how important community councils are. You know, when you need, there are road projects or trails that need to be fixed or drainage issues in your community, do you know where it all starts, folks? It starts at the community council level, because unless you get support from your community council in your area, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get the assembly to support anything you want any of us to bring forward unless you get support from your community council. this conference, I mean, I'm honored that they chose Anchorage, because I'm really proud of the city that I've lived in for 29 years, and every opportunity I have for somebody from the lower 48 that think differently about how we live up here, they're going to come up here, they're going to mingle with the community, they're going to see what a great, wonderful community Anchorage, Alaska is, and they're going to spend their money here. So this $80,000 is a drop in the bucket, considering the benefit that it's going to be to the community, considering what these people are going to contribute to the community. And it behooves me that my colleagues don't think that this is important enough. Quite frankly, it's embarrassing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting how many people run for the Assembly stating, I used to be community council president. And there's a lot of us on this dais that used to be community council presidents. And sometimes we forget where we came from, and that's a mistake. The Federation is important. Helping Noosa is important to this town. You're part of the charter. And you're going to bring in about $1.1 million of revenue to this city, to businesses. And I'm more than happy to give you $80,000 to make sure this thing's successful. Like I said, sometimes we forget where we came from, and we shouldn't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Mr. Tamangi, could you perhaps answer a few questions when it states to your revenue? I really appreciated the summary here that you provided, the cash balance summary and your expense reports for the, I wish I'd have gotten it a little bit earlier because I'm sort of doing this on the fly, but you haven't posted some revenues on your actual with the 30 days left to go to that. And I have a question on your registration amounts in particular. Could you explain to me where you have the estimated participation of looks like 300, where it says full 300 times 30 is a 9,000 revenue forecast, and you've only collected $300 of that. How do you anticipate the rest of the money coming in?
Well, the revenue that comes in on the registrations, those fees aren't set by us. They're set, by Noosa.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing, we're taking registrations by check and by cash and also by credit card. And we do anticipate perhaps, I would assume, and it's probably a little conservative, but I assume we're going to have about perhaps another 100 people. And we've had some organizations have sponsored, some scholarships also.
What I see is that your revenue shortfall forecast as of tonight, you come at 85,500 is what I see on your paper, and it seems to be the request for the 80,000 funding is you've recognized, hey, we've got this revenue shortfall now, but what I see is another month or so or gate receipts that of the day of. So even if you added up your revenue forecast and even conservatively estimated that, you're going to see another $40,000 worth of revenues in the fees based on what you tell me you're going to get in the host city fees, for example, 15,000. That's another 10,000 yet to come in. So what I'm challenged by is why do you need the 80,000 to break even on the event?
Well, because as those other numbers come in, we're also going to have some corresponding increases in some of the fees on charges. And it's also our intent, members of the Assembly, that whatever funds we don't use out of the $80,000, it's our intent to come back with you with a check.
Yeah.
And I think that's just good business. If we only use 50,000 or 60,000, we're going to come back to you with a check.
I guess that's the other question is your expense forecast has still got time to be changed as well, and this is maybe the good versus great concept on what you participate. I mean, you're putting on 4 breakfasts or 5 breakfasts, that I see Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Does one of those have to go away and save some money? I mean, I understand you've got your programs printed or however that works out, but it's challenging for me to do this on the fly is what I'm after, and we've got 30 days to the conference, and it's not a new event. So I'm still challenged by it, but I'm not sure that it's an $80,000 shortfall, and that's where I go, is that I've got to send those tax bills out. and that's where the money comes from. Thank you. That's all I have. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Mr. Twombly?
Hi, Al. What was the formulation that you guys utilized to determine that it was going to impact Anchorage about $1.1 million?
Oh, we got that from the Anchorage Visitors and the Convention Bureau. Gave us that number.
Okay. Thanks.
Seeing no one else, please vote.
Thank you.
And that one fails 5-6. The next one before us is Amendment 11,
Move amendment number 11.
which is $50,000 for asbestos abatement and necessary rehabilitation for engine 556 on 9th Avenue and East Street.
Yeah, thank you,
Mr.
Madam.
Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask Mr. Rada to come forward here. As many of you know, this facility has been closed for quite a while now, and he and I have worked to find non-municipal revenues to solve this problem. You've engaged with folks at the Museum of Transportation Industry who like to tinker with these things, and the Alaska Railroad and so on and so forth. So, John, could you give us an update on where we are and how this money would be used?
The current estimate, and with your assistance, I did contact the Transportation Museum initially, and then on to Alaska Railroad. I worked with Wendy Lindskog and also with Pat Shake. They provided human resources to come down and do an evaluation of the condition. It was closed at the end of last summer. It was too late to try and do any kind of repairs. We're anticipating results of a hazmat survey. Should have that by the end of the week. They were testing for lead and asbestos both. It's anticipated, based on preliminary estimates, that it would be roughly $25,000 to do the abatement. Anything beyond that, of course, is going to be determined by what kind of a display it turns into. Whether we reskin the engine or we patch it, what it's going to take to do those things is a question of ultimately the cost based on the determination of the final condition. And then lastly, whether or not we turn it into a static display or we leave it open to the public. So all those are driven by the numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. And Madam Chair, if I may, Mr. Birch and I wish to offer an amendment, which I provided the copy of to the clerk, but it would read, isn't the intent of the Assembly that upon completion of the abatement, engine 556 will be employed as an active use piece of equipment, not a static display. That's pretty important to Mr. Birch's grandson.
Second.
All right. Okay. At this point, we're just going to talk about the amendment to the amendment. So is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Would the administration like to comment? No?
We've talked to them about it. It's a workable.
All right. Is there objection to the amendment to the amendment? All right. Seeing none, that's incorporated. We're now back to the main motion. I'm sorry, my computer keeps doing things. Mr. Birch, you're in queue.
Yes, I just would speak in support of this modification. We have it's basically an asbestos problem we have, and it's a highly visible, publicly accessible exhibit that we have. It's been enjoyed by the visitors and children in our community alike for over 40 years, and it's in my discussions with the administration and with the Parks Department, this will be available to, this work can be accomplished this year and hopefully this spring, and it will be in place as an active exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have to ask another question. I'm confused. Is their $50,000 adequate to make this an open display? That's the right word.
Well, as Mr. Rada, thank you, Ms. Hosian. As Mr. Rada indicated, we anticipate the abatement itself around $25,000, get all the asbestos out and seal it. And once they do the survey, we'll be able to determine whether or not we're going to replace the skin or fix the skin. In any event, this is going to be finished one way or the other this summer, in any event. So whatever your decision is your decision, but it's going to be fixed. So.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. That amendment is approved, 8-3. All right. The next one before us, Amendment 12,
Move to approve.
and this is $17,000 to restore the closing time of the Fairview Rec
Second.
Center to 10 p.m. on weeknights.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this came to my attention. We were speaking about community councils earlier. Fairview is one of mine. And if they're not the most active community council in our city, they're certainly in the top 3. They've had to amend their starting time because they weren't able to finish their work on time given the new closing hours at Fairview Rec Center. And they're not the only user group who's been affected by this change. So this would allow the rec center to open and to stay open until 10 o'clock, which is their old closing time, rather than 9 o'clock, just on weeknights. And I would note that they have amended their starting time, Fairview Community Council has, to account for the change. And it hasn't worked real well because people don't always get the message. And I know this because they leave messages on my machine at 6:45 saying, I'll see you in half an hour at the community council meeting, and I'm already there because we've already started. And so those folks are missing out on the opportunity to participate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And that amendment passes for 7-4. Thank you. The next amendment, Mr. Starr, $63,000 reduction of 2 payroll specialist position due to Kronos. Is that?
I'm happy with the S version amount,
Okay.
31,500
All right, so we'll
reduction.
skip that one. Amendment number 14 is also one from you, Mr. Starr, $105,000 to delete the paint and sign technician 2 position. Do you
Well,
wanna
and
show that?
I just want to explain a little bit about that. This is sort of the,
Are you going to make the motion?
it's already in the S version, Madam Chair, so I don't know that I need to, but I'd
All
like
right.
to just clarify the process that we
Okay.
went through to agree. One report that's important to keep cognizant on is the funded but unfilled, or the vacancy summary report, and we've done a lot, and I really commend the departments for living with that shortfall and that challenge. But when they have yet to be filled after a number of years and there's been no advertising, I'm not saying that's the case with this one, they stand out for me as a maybe a tad inappropriate budget expectation. I understand that the vacancy factor, and I don't want to go down that road, Madam Chair, because the vacancy factor can be confusing to their folks, but the summary was, I think the department had, in this case, understood where I was going and offered out an appropriate alternative, albeit less money against our ever-increasing tax bills here, but that was a good compromise, and I'm glad to see the Assembly engaging those productive dialogues with the administration. In years past, they would have just said, you're wrong, go away, all the other things that went with that. And that's not what I got this time. I was really appreciative of both the mayor and Mr. Thompson's not here, but it was a productive conversation. So kudos to that. I appreciate the $75,000 in the S version. Thank you.
All right, we're going to then skip 14 and move to 15. This one, $152,178 to provide additional funding to the Anchorage Museum of History and Art. And
Madam Chair, I'm moving this amendment, increasing the museum's grant by $152,178. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Second.
Would you like to speak to it?
Certainly, Madam Chair, I'll
Go
speak to it. It's real clear here, and I have a copy of the contract, but this amount is based on a signed contract between a municipality.
We were having IT problems. I'm sorry, Ms. Grayjack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Between the museum and the municipality, and it's based on the CPI and population increase. And as I just said, it's part of the contract, and it wasn't funded this year, and we need to honor that contract, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I have a question for the administration. I had understood this afternoon there might be a discrepancy as far as what we've paid the museum and what we owe them. Are you aware of this, or?
Yes, we, a couple of things. I spoke with both James Pepper Henry and Gloria O'Neill. James, of course, is the director of the museum, and Gloria is the chairman of the board. And I indicated to them that Debbie Fitzgerald has, at the request of the administration, we're reviewing all of our contracts, and she's produced a memorandum that indicates that the contract amount in terms of the CPI increase has been inaccurately figured over the last few years, and in fact, we may have actually overpaid the museum on a couple of occasions over the last several years. So what we agreed to do was when Mr. Pepper Henry gets back in town, he was about to board a flight, that we sit down and review her memorandum, which does show the discrepancy in what should have been paid and what was actually paid, and see if we can't move forward on a solution from that point. So we don't support the amendment at this time, and we will be working cooperatively with the museum to try and find a solution based on the new analysis of the numbers.
Anything else, Ms. Johnston? Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor, for your comments, but I'm really confused by your comments because I find it difficult to understand how, it's based on the CPI and the population growth, how it was miscalculated, and I don't, the former finance officer is here, and I'd like to hear her opinion on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please oblige me.
I'm sorry, are you asking someone to come forward?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Could you identify yourself for the record? Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Benet Braden, and I'm no longer the CFO of the Anchorage Museum, but I was for 5 years and was on the other side of the table when the Museum Association negotiated its contract with the city. And I've also, been at the table with the administration for several years, determining the amount for each year for the funding. I am no longer there, but I have been, informed about what's going on. I do understand that Mr. Pepper Henry, who sends his greetings, and Gloria O'Neill are going to meet with the mayor's office, and we're going to go through this next week. But so I can't really speak to what that underfunding or overfunding might be, but I do hope that the Assembly I hope that you want to adhere to the terms of the contract, and when the correct number is put before you for an appropriation, that you will take it seriously and consider your adherence to the contract terms.
And I'm sorry, the clerk reminded me I'm supposed to ask everyone to spell their names.
Oh, Benet, that's B-E-N-E-E, and the last name is Braden, B-R-A-D-E-N.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
Thank you, Ms. Braden. No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hall?
I just want to confirm that I did receive a call from James Pepper Henry this afternoon, basically sharing with me exactly what the mayor has said, and is in agreement that they're going to sit down and go through these numbers and resolve this. So he is perfectly okay with the suggestion that this be held.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. All right, that amendment fails, 3-8. Thank you. All right, Amendment 16 now, I believe, $100,000 for a management audit for the port. Are we wanting to make that?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm not going to move that amendment, but I do want to talk about the reason why I brought it forward, and I'll be really, really brief. Everybody knows that there are issues with the port expansion. Do I support port expansion? Absolutely, I do. It's needed. And I've had a lot of contact with my constituents who have been asking me to bring forward, an amendment to our budget to provide for a management audit for months. They've been asking me. But I had a conversation with Mr. Vikalis today, and I'm going to ask him if he could explain briefly what he explained to me this afternoon as to why I'm not going to bring this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vikalis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, basically, there's a couple of reasons. As you know, there is litigation that's pending We've already gone through one mediation, and there may be other mediation sessions. And quite frankly, as we have discussed, and I think most of you know, the arrangement that we had during when most of this occurred was an arrangement where the municipality basically was not properly represented. In other words, the municipality was a partner in name only, but not in deed, from the standpoint that the MOU that we had with the federal agency really did not give us much say-so in the project whatsoever. So the project was run by a federal agency who contracted with another contractor to basically manage, and they subcontracted to subcontractors to do the work. We had no standing in any of that. So if at this juncture we were to basically go forward and have an audit, what are we going to audit? We don't have the okay to go in and audit MARAD, which is the federal agency. We don't have the okay to go in and audit the other agencies that work for them because we have no standing per se. They work directly for MARAD, and our agreement with MARAD basically gave us a couple of different things. One, we determine the schedule based on shipping requirements, and two, we fundraise. So if you wanted to have a management audit of the port construction project, I don't know who you would manage. Who would they audit, I guess is my question. So that's kind of the reason that when I saw that, I thought I'd talk to Ms. Jackson so she understood that we probably would not be able to audit an agency that we have no control whatsoever over as far as a management audit. So.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelis.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman, you're next.
Well, and since it appears we're done with the amendments there, I did not author an amendment to the budget for the first quarter, so I'd like to lay on the table from the floor amendment for NUSA conference in the amount of $40,000 based on testimony previously received. Interest in a second. $40,000 from the unappropriated area-wide fund balance.
Mr. Trainey wanted to speak on the previous. Would you mind holding it for just a second? Mr. Trainey?
Michaelis, relative to the port.
Yes, sir.
Can you find out for me any truth or rumor or not that the problems we've experienced with the port were done by the same contractor in the Middle East? Same exact problems? The failure of the port, the sheeting?
I'll look into it, Mr. Trainey.
If you would, please, because I was told by somebody that was over in the Middle East, the same contractor, same results. I'd like to know why. Thank you.
Right. And I just want to clarify, we still have one amendment, the one from Mr. Starr. But if you want to go ahead and make yours now, Mr. Honeman, you could.
Thank you. If I might, Mr. Starr, I'd like to propose an appropriation of $40,000 for the NUSA conference from the area-wide undedicated fund balance.
And if you could, on your screen, sir.
Second.
Is there discussion?
I believe the information that we received tonight, and Mr. Starr may be onto something there. Perhaps there's a little time left to get some more registration funding in, and I believe this gives them a good head start, but at the same time makes them a little motivation to get them to get to the other fundraising sources as they can. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Well, it's a noble effort, and Mr. Trainey raised the fact that most of us had some exposure to the community councils, and I volunteered my time with the best of them. I really did, and so I'm all over the grassroots movements. I really am. What they need to continue to do, though, is hone down the expense sheet on here, because Mr. Honeman, on top of that, they've also listed $15,000 for an event coordinator that could also be reduced off their budget. So they have a budget shortfall. If the revenues come in, reduce some more expenses. Now they're down to like the $25,000 limit. Take out a breakfast, now you're at the $20,000. I think they can make it. I think they can make it without us. And again, I just really, with the short time frame that we have here and those that are weighing in, to use the funding source for property taxes and thereof, I just don't think it's appropriate. So I appreciate you trying to bridge that gap, but take out the event coordinator for $15,000. They've almost closed that. Get some more, community donations to kick in, sell some more gate receipts. I think they can make it, and I think they'll feel better for it. But that's my comment to why I'm going to vote no on that. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And that one fails 5-6. All right, Mr. Starr, we're back to yours on the 270,415. And the clerk would really appreciate exact wording.
Well, let me get there, and I know she would, but let me move. Basically, what I'm trying to do is reduce the police budget by $270,000.
Okay.
$270,415. So if I need that motion to be moved again, I will do that, but I don't know the exact wording at this point. Once I explain to you what I'm trying to do, perhaps the administration can concur that that's the right action to do.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Point of order, is that motion in front of us already, or what?
Well, there was a motion in front of us. The clerk asked for a clarification of the meaning of the wording. So at this point, I'm going to, unless someone objects, allow Mr. Starr some flexibility to refine the wording, and then I was going to...
It's the method to do it, Madam Chair, and
right.
I'm not trying to jump the gun on that guidance, I guess, but if you look at the S version, which is not the budget, it's the S version in front of us. Mr. Birch, I want to delete line 41 off the summary sheet. So that's my motion, is to delete line 41 off the summary sheet of the S version.
Okay, you're going to have to take us with you here, Mr. Starr. You're ahead of us.
Well,
Line 41 on page...
They're unnumbered pages. It's either 4 from the front or the second from the back, however you want to get to it.
On the AM. Then.
Page 3 of 5 of the spreadsheet, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the spreadsheet, the in the weeds or in the detail of the amendment. So line 41 at the very top of that funds the ancillary costs of the academy of $270,415. And I think that we have funds inside the police department already that can fund that amount. So my motion is to delete that line 41 from the S version.
All right, and I believe the original motion was seconded, but I don't have record. Mr. Birch, you're all right with that? That's fine. All right, is everybody clear what the motion exactly, how the exact motion is? That was poorly stated. Pardon me. Ms. Frasca, would you like to weigh in on this?
I understand what he means. No. So what it is, we're going to reduce the police department's budget by the $270,415 with the intent to come back to do an appropriation from forfeiture funds to make up the difference.
All right.
That'll be a later action.
Thank you. Is everyone clear on the motion? I'm seeing everybody nodding, so hopefully that's all right. All right, Mr. Wheeler, you wanted to weigh in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that in the discussion about this amendment, we had talked about the use of federal forfeiture funds to support salaries, and Mr. Starr and I had a conversation about that this week, and I advised that we could not under this particular scenario, but we also discussed the use of federal forfeiture funds for such things as equipment and so forth, and while I think we can, I wanted to make sure the Assembly understood that although I think we can, that's not a definitive answer, and we hope to get clarification here shortly from DOJ.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Wheeler was reading my mind because he just answered a question that I had. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, so we're clear, if you'll flip the page to 2 of 5, Mr. Flynn, on line 40 of the document, line 40 of the document is the funding for the $610,000 of the salary benefits. So we delineated pretty clearly in our cost of our academy. So the $610,624 is still in the S version budget, still funded by property taxes, and I think will fly. And Mr. Wheeler, you kind of make light of your efforts so far. You were telling me you've reviewed 30 pages of 90 already for purchases therein that are very similar to what I'm trying to do here with the funding level. So, you know, I'm not trying to say you can answer definitively. I know lawyers tend to always leave themselves a little out, but if I need to sit down with DOJ and explain to them where we're at, you've given me plenty of examples of where it's been done before. So I appreciate your diligence, and I would want to package the case appropriately to continue to fund our police department adequately and have that balance of reduced property taxes. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on the amendment. And that amendment passes 7-4. All right. Are there any other amendments that have not been offered on the operating budget? Seeing none. The main item as amended is before us. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put a peppermint in my mouth and you called me. Anyway, I just had a couple of comments that I wanted to make. When I was first aware of a budget surplus, one of the things I talked about publicly, and when I was running for re-election, I talked about the fact that we need to provide property tax relief in the form of a tax rebate to the public, because basically we collected too much. And it's been done in the past, so this is not the first time, folks. It's been done in the past, and probably more than once. And it is simply the right thing to do. And I stand by what I said for the last couple of months. But at the same time, some of the amendments that we brought forward this evening, some of my colleagues and I, were really small in the scheme of things. They really, really were. And when we get elected to office, we're elected to represent the interests of every single person that lives in this community. And everybody that lives in this community, you know, plays a part in helping our community to be a good community and for the quality of life to be one that we're proud and happy and thankful to live in this community. And I think that it's kind of sad, and I said it earlier and I'll say it again, that we didn't think it was important to fund the NUSA conference, even to the extent of $40,000, and it's sad. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on the operating budget as amended. And that's approved 10-1.
And Madam Chair, based on that, the yes version will be corrected with the appropriate and accurate numbers on what happened tonight, I assume, before we put it to the matter of record?
Yes.
Thank you.
We know. Mr. Hall?
Yes, I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Second.
Immediate reconsideration has been, I'm sorry, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk. All right, I have to go back to the screen. You need to make the motion on the screen. And let's see. Mr. Starr was the second, and Mr. Hall was the maker of the motion for reconsideration. All right, now it's recorded. All right, and the reconsideration fails. So that item is finished for us now. All right, the next item before us is 14B on the agenda. This is an ordinance setting the rates of the tax levy and approving the amount for property tax and levying taxes on all service areas within the municipality of Anchorage. If anyone would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Madam Chair, move to approve 2011-41 in the S version.
Second.
Is there discussion? Mr. Flynn.
Just to affirm, Madam Chair, as we always do, that Ms. Frasca is prepared to make the necessary adjustments per the amendments we passed for the previous legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn, through the chair. Actually, we now put language into the AO itself, giving us the authority, just in case someone doesn't remember. So.
Section 38, yeah, right. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, please vote on the S version. Mr. Birch? Thank you, and that item is approved unanimously. We're now at item 14C on our agenda. This is an ordinance setting the rate of the tax levy and approving the amount of municipal property tax, levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2011. If anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Is there discussion?
Yeah, my screen's misbehaving here, Madam Chair. I'd like to weigh in.
Mr. Starr? Go
I'm
ahead.
actually, this is going to be more of a ceremonious no vote on this, but I think we're taxing too much on this one, and I voted no on the original budget. We're hamstrung on it, and I do support our schools. I do support our children, all the other things that go with that, but we've got an imbalance going on here, and it needs to really be addressed. And the only way I know to address it is to just not give unanimous approval through the body here. So I'm not going to appropriate the tax levy against this budget. So that's my statement.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
With all due respect, I think we've taken action that shows contrary to that to Mr. Starr and to my fellow members. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And that item passes 9-2. The next item before us is 14D. This is a resolution appropriating $30,850,000 from the general obligation bond
Waive reading.
proceeds. Thank you. Anyone would like to speak to us about the road bonds that passed recently? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Seeing no discussion, please vote. That item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14E, AR 111. This is
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, may I briefly interject?
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
I'd like to move immediate reconsideration on item 14B and urge that the members vote no.
Thank you for doing that. Does
Second.
everybody understand the motion? 14B, immediate, okay. Please vote on the immediate reconsideration of, I'm sorry. My fingers were faster than the screen? Is that correct? All right, I have to reset the vote. I apologize. All right.
Yes, it is. That's
Okay.
impressive.
Are we ready now?
Motion carries 0-2.
Okay, this is the reconsideration vote. And that fails. That item 14B will not be reconsidered.
One more, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I move immediate reconsideration of item 14C and urge that the members vote no.
Second.
Please vote. It's another reconsideration. And that failed unanimously. So now we are at 14E. This is appropriating $520,000 from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Fund to the Anchorage Fire Department and $421,000 to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Program.
Waive reading.
Anyone like to speak to us on this, the recent bonds that passed? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
All right, there's a motion been made on 14E, and there's no one in queue, so we're going to vote. Ready? And that passed unanimously. We're now moving to 14F. This is AR 112. This is appropriating $1,150,000 from bond proceeds to the
Waive
Anchorage
reading.
Fire Service Capital to pay for fire protection capital improvement projects. Anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Seeing no one in queue, please vote. And that item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14G, AR 113, resolution appropriating $250,000 of bond proceeds to Police Service Area Capital Improvement Program. Anyone like to speak to us on that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. It appears Mr. Birch, Mr. Birch made the motion and Ms. Johnson seconded it. Mr. Flynn, you'd like to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My friend Mr. Starb had his symbolic vote a few minutes ago. This will be mine. I'm bothered by the fact that we bond for a $250,000 project. That seems a little bit too far, or too little, as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Mr. Flynn was reading my mind. I had the same feeling, and I've been encouraging voters in West Anchorage to vote against this thing, because bonding for a $250,000 item, it'll be depreciated and obsolete before we finish paying for the bond issue.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I might request clarification through the chair to the administration, but it was my understanding, and I had this conversation, I think, last year on the same subject, and I was advised that they aggregate the bonds, so it's not like you're looking at an isolated, small $250,000 bond issue, which obviously would take a lot of energy if it was standing all by itself. But if I could get some comment on that.
I'll say you're right.
That is correct, Mr. Birch. We do not issue a bond for $250,000. The bonds are in the multi-millions, and the cost of issuance is associated with the entire package and not an individual bond, not an individual appropriation.
Thanks for that confirmation.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. And that item is approved, 9-2. The next item before us is AO 55. This is the one that we are going to see an S version. This is the ID check on liquor sales. And so if you speak now, you won't be able to speak again when the S version comes, and the intent of Mr. Honeman informed me was that it come at our next meeting. So you're certainly allowed to speak now, but you may want to wait until you see what the S version is like. Is that correct, Mr. Honeman?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right.
I believe several people waited to testify tonight, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, let me tell you what this version does. It has 100% ID check in package stores, ID checks in 18 months to 2 years in bars and drops off restaurants. That's the short of the S version.
Okay. Thank you. So if you'd like to speak to that, please come forward. And if you could spell your name for the clerk, too.
Oh, absolutely. My name is Jeffrey Humphreys. That is GeoffreyHumphreys.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm here today speaking as a citizen. I'm a member of the Fairview Community Council, and I can tell you that the council does appreciate the money you've allocated to keep the rec center open later, but I'm not here to speak on their behalf. I think it's great what the Assembly is doing here in putting ID checks on everyone. In all seriousness, I think some caution is a good idea. I really think there are problems with restaurants serving alcohol in this city, and I would actually suggest that restaurants be targeted first. It should be done on a Sunday. I'd say probably next Sunday would be a good time. Also, that would send a signal to the people who are consuming alcohol currently who shouldn't be purchasing alcohol, and shortly thereafter, it would be a good idea to put in the ID checks at bars and restaurants. At bars and package stores. I'd actually suggest putting in the bar and package store restrictions fairly quickly after that. I'd say a week, 2 weeks would be about right. I would not suggest doing them all at the same time. I really don't have any particular expertise to say that this is why you should believe me as to why it should be this way. I was an attorney for several years. I did a degree in social sciences. I know a little bit about this sort of thing. But I would suggest do not wait too long, because there are drunk drivers, and some of them do have red stripes on their IDs. And there's some political risk, no matter how you go about it. I think the way I've described to you is probably the best way to go in terms of saving lives and in terms of minimizing the political risk. But I would encourage you to speak to the police chief and the fire chiefs on that subject. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla McConnell, MCC, ONN,
Thank you.
I'm going to testify now because I don't know if I'll be available later, and I just want to say that obviously this is a very passionate subject. You're going to hear people who are for it, who have tragic stories, and people who are against it, who talk economics. So I'm hoping with the passage of it, there shouldn't be much economic disadvantage if everybody has to follow it, so let's hope for that. But also, you might be saving a life, whether it's yours or your child's or somebody else. I'm sure some of you have been affected by this, but really, if it's all even playing, if it's an even playing field, then there shouldn't be much economic disadvantage to anybody for a 100% ID check. So I really encourage you guys to consider it. Thank you. Or the Assembly to consider it, sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else like to testify?
David Ulmer. I was under the impression that we'd be able to speak at both, but I guess not. So in order to facilitate this and help get through, ID checks required at airport check-in, security check-in at the airport, and when you board the airplane, you have to show your driver's license again. You have to show it at the bank. Transactions for cashing checks at stores. If you stop by the police, renew your driver's license. Enter Elmendorf Air Force Base. Some stores require ID for credit card transactions. Driving across the U.S. border into Canada. Re-entering from Canada into the United States. Purchase cigarettes. Purchase a gun. If you go to the doctor's office and new doctor, you have to show your driver's license along with your medical cards. Hospital check-in, same thing. Laws are written to protect the majority from a minority. This minority cannot or will not conform to the laws of the land, thus all must suffer a loss of freedom. In regards to the Red Stripe Law, there are at least 1,760 Alaska persons with it on their license in 2010. A downtown bar owner recently wrote in the Anchorage Daily News that 486 people in Anchorage have a red stripe on their driver's license, and the Assembly is assuming that all of these persons are still trying to purchase alcohol. Well, if the Assembly would believe something that silly, they would also believe that most of the people released from prison will soon return for another visit. Oh, wait, that's true. He also wrote, the Assembly also believes that people won't use some other form of ID if they still decide to purchase alcohol. Well, they might. You know how persistent these criminal minority are, and that is why more thought is needed on how to prevent that action from happening. Some businesses refuse to sell if they think something fishy is going on. But right now, the Assembly can pass this ordinance to at least plug one of the holes in a leaking dam. Then they can plug the remaining few later. This ordinance is not about catching underage drinkers, as the bar owner is insinuating, nor will it make the police patrol bars looking for them, as he also insinuates. If someone has a drink in an establishment that legally sells alcohol, then leaves that establishment and injures a person via a vehicle accident, that establishment will almost certainly be sued, regardless of laws that are on the books or should be on the books. Thank you.
Sir, could you spell your last name for the record?
Ulmer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
William, Harrington. First of all, I apologize for being rather emotional about this. I had an uncle who was killed by a drunk driver back in 1960s, left a wife and 2 young sons. I've had a coworker who was riding his motorcycle to work. One of those buddies said, I told him, let's carpool. We were working on a job about 17 miles out of town. He says, no, I'm going to ride my bike. The weather's good. Within a week, at 6 o'clock in the morning, he was T-boned by a drunk. So my point is this. This is an extremely serious problem we have with alcohol as a society. And I personally think that this is a trite and cop-out way to try to deal with it. I said it before, that $10 bottle of vodka, when you actually figure the cost to the community, is a $50 bottle of vodka. But we're not collecting the money up front. The police can tell you how many of their calls are alcohol-related, but it's the property owner who's paying all the taxes to pay for the police. Why isn't the alcohol industry paying for its share or a higher percentage of its share for police services? Well, it's because it is the alcohol industry. And that's why we have the watered-down S version where it's already, the deal's already cut. The fix is already in that restaurants and bars will kind of go by the wayside with a little bit of time and don't worry about it, it's okay. The fix is in. That's how the world works. But I would like to see the Assembly, number one, reject this as being trite and ineffective and step up to the plate and put some real meat into funding alcohol-related programs, which means police, recovery, law, and not, be happy with this waving your arms and saying, wow, we really did a great job.
Thank you. Is anyone else like to speak to this at this point? Hearing and seeing no one. Mr. Oldman, do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to move to continue to May 2nd. I'm sorry, May 10th. May 10th.
Is there objection? Seeing none, this matter is continued to our next meeting, which is on May 10th. Thank you very much. The next item before us, excuse me, is 14I, AO52, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1520-020 regarding abatement of illegal campsites. If anybody would like to speak to us, please come forward.
Good evening, Madam Chair, member of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeffrey, Jeffrey Mittman, Mittman. I would like to speak briefly. I know the hour is late. We'd just like to, on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union of Alaska, compliment the Mayor, Dennis Wheeler, Municipal Attorney's Office, and Dean Gates, who's not here. We think the ordinance before you is thorough, it's thoughtful, it's well-reasoned, it's careful. After the court ruling, the municipality could have come back with a bare minimum or a difficult or not expansive or not thoughtful ordinance. That's not what's before you. We've reviewed it, and I want to say it's really very careful. It's complete. It really addresses the issue in its entirety, and we hope, having addressed the constitutional issues, that the municipality can now go forward and deal with the social issues, and we are hopeful that we can work with the municipality on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
I want to comment that while I don't have the expertise of Mr. Mittman,
I'm sorry, you have to say your name again.
my name is Jeffrey Humphreys.
Thank you.
I thought that it was great that this ordinance takes into account the need for judicial oversight, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Ronald Jordan with Taco Campbell Community Council. In regards to the campsites, my concern is that whatever the city does, whatever APD does, it just moves the issue from one council area to the other, because whatever the notice is given, the people can pick up and move quarter mile down the trail and start all over again. I'm concerned about the city resources in this, how it's handled, how whatever rehab is available to these people as they proceed on. It's going to be a lifelong, ongoing issue. There's no silver bullet answer to this, but I appreciate the city doing what they can in the greenbelt areas, but having said that, this is not the end-all answer for an abatement problem. Thank you.
And sir, I apologize. I've got to have you spell your last name for the...
Jordan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Mr. Flynn?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the points are well made that this is a step in the right direction. There's a lot more to do. I think many of you are aware, in addition to serving with you here, I volunteer with the United Way to raise money to address some of the very issues that have been identified. And when we go to Juneau, we advocate for funding for programs that can help people get sober, get training, become productive members of society again. All of those are part of efforts that could be continued and redoubled, in fact, as we move forward with this. I think the legislation is very good. I just wish it hadn't cost us $90-some thousand to get it. Urge approval.
Thank you. No one else is in queue. Please vote. And that item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14J, AR82. This is a resolution approving the 40th Avenue Water intertie and providing for assessment of benefited properties at the time of the service collection.
Madam Chair, before you open the public hearing, I have a conflict. This abuts a property that I'm currently managing, and I wanted to get that out on the record.
Okay.
Historically, I've left the room or have not voted on issues relating to 40th Street upgrade.
This is one that the former chair ruled you had a conflict, isn't it?
Right.
I'm sorry, then I would continue the ruling of the previous chair and ask you to be excused. All right, at this time, if anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward.
Look and see if you got a second one. Laying over there.
My name is Gary Solin, G-A-R-Y-S-O-L-I-N. I'm the owner of Lot 10, 3200 East 40th. This is a duplex, and I lived there from January 1980 to December 1984. When I bought this property, it was on a dead-end subdivision between Piper and Dale, and it was a gravel road. And I thought the property on the north side of East 40th was a park. I soon learned that that was an error. The land was vacant because UAA, the state of Alaska, API, and Providence were arguing and suing each other over what to do with this land. About 5 years ago, the land was settled. They decided who split it up, and now we have the cancer center, the heart center, and the character of this neighborhood has really changed. I am not in favor of this water line. For the levy that it will put on my property, I feel that my property rights are being changed. I know that nothing will be added. I will not have to pay a thing until I hook up. My well has worked for more than 45 years. I have water rights on it. The $9,100 is just, the levy is just for the water main out in front of the house. I learned today that to build from the main to the key box on the corner of my lot would be an additional $7,000. And the total estimate by me would be about $20,000 total to hook up to my city well, or hook up to my private well, and then I would have the pleasure of paying AWWU for water. I currently pay for sewer. When I moved to my house, in the scenic house that I live in now, and I've lived since December 1984 in the scenic park area, I was on my own well. I had water lines in front. The lender believes that city water is more reliable than my private well. So the lender required me, as a conditioning of borrowing money from them, to disconnect that well. The same thing could apply if I didn't pick, eventually when I do decide to sell this duplex, the same thing could apply to this property here. The lady to the left to me, to the west of me, is on lot 11, is the anthropology chair at UAA. She is currently trying to sell it. She contacted her real estate agent, and we will say that $20,000 would apply to her too. You could look on it as a remodeling. there's no way that one will be able to recover the cost to me of this this $20,000 cost. So I feel that would apply too. So, and as part of this, the biggest benefactor of this potential water line is the property to the north between Piper and Dale. And there is no assessment, no levy on that as part of this. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
Has your community council spoken about this? Are they in favor or they're not in favor?
You know, this is part of, in fact, I think it came up, this is part of a big project to connect East 40th with all the way to Lake Otis. And they've had this water line. What happened is, the AWW person isn't here, there's 3 ways that one can get a water line in this way. 2 of them was more or less it'd be private. They tried to go that route. When I talked, I can't remember his name, but he's an engineer with AWW. The price was, the AWW price was more than $50,000 to $60,000. I went to the public meeting. I was myself and the lady to the west of me were the only private people there. What I was told by AWW, the reason that they went forward is they brought in a new office to look at projects, and the pressure that Providence has is lower than the pressure that is in this zone. So they are connecting the 2 zones together, and this higher pressure will give Providence more reliability, I assume, for water delivery and for fire. So this didn't come up until January, so it's kind of on a fast track. But the whole project was talked about, and there was a lot of input. There was a lot of input by the people on Wright Street. I know Evie Gray Jackson was involved with that. That was related just to the traffic and into the hookup. But I mean, I actually don't live. This is the University Area Community Council, and so I don't know if it came before them or not. Maybe Evie Gray could answer that. So, but I am not aware of what happened for this as part of it.
You may not know this, but maybe the administration. Does anyone know what would happen if this wasn't connected?
There is an AWW representative here, if you'd like to ask that question.
I would.
I mean, the people are already on there. There's 14 lots there. There's houses on 13 of them. Everybody's on their own well. The structure of the house at the extreme end is already on city water. So there's 12 structures, and actually the one on the west side of Piper. The people would get the water from where they always have, on their private wells.
Sir, we may want to ask you more questions, but at this point, we'd like the AWU representative to come forward. So don't leave, just scoot over a little bit. Mr. Trombley, do you want to ask a question to the...
I just wanted to know what happens if
and
this
you
is voted
need to
no.
Identify yourself.
My name's Brian Boss, last name spelled B-A-U-S. I'm the Planning and Development Services Manager with the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Mr. Solon is correct on many points here. The intent of this project is to improve redundancy in the immediate effect to the pressure zone that is serving the Providence campus. Essentially, in January, our Strategic Asset Services section did a global study on the water distribution system, and that study identified some issues with redundancy to the Providence campus, mainly the Providence Heart Institute, the Providence Regional Building, the Hickel House, and API. And what it is currently they're served by one water main on Providence Drive. If that water main breaks, they lose water service. So building these interties provides another feed to those buildings. In the long term, we plan on changing some of the operational strategy to that pressure zone. These interties will help that long-term strategy to operate the distribution system, so we're minimizing friction losses to the whole area, this neighborhood included, associated with water demand.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Trombley? Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, but Mr. Solon, thank you for coming out. And Mr. Trombley, yeah, this project has been ongoing for a couple of years now, and when I first got on the Assembly, and this is Mr. Trainee in my district, there was a really big issue with keeping Wright Street closed. But this is the first time that I'm hearing about this particular issue, Mr. Solon. So thank you for bringing it to the body's attention. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brian, for your explanation.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Just questions for these two gentlemen?
For Brian, I think Mr. Solon made a comment that the property owners to the north are not getting assessed. Is there a reason for that?
That is correct. Where they're reaping the benefit of the redundancy, they're actually already AWW customers and have paid assessments already. The only properties here that are being fronted are the ones shown on the map attached to the resolution. When they connect to the water infrastructure, they did not previously have the benefit of water service. So when they choose to connect, AWW water, correct. When they choose to connect to AWW water, then they will be levied an assessment for the benefit of that main in front of their property.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no additional questions. Thank you. Mr. Hall, I'm sorry. If I could speak?
You may.
I have been pretty frustrated with the way the levy is set up for exactly this type of situation. I went so far, my first term in the Assembly, to get AWU to do a study to look at changing the way they do the levy. I don't know if you remember, there was a project out in Shugiak, and boy, did I fight this one. I still think it's very unfair because the people who are benefiting from this aren't people who pay for it. The people who didn't request it do pay for it. It's very frustrating. So, thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, and I can't push the button. Oh, there. I'm sorry. Public hearing is closed. Seeing no one further, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
That matters before us. Is there discussion? Hearing, seeing none, please vote. Ooh. Mr. Starr can't vote. Wow, I didn't expect that. This motion failed. It's a 3-7. So at this point, we are moving on. The next item before us is 14K. This is AO 43, an ordinance approving designation of 3 municipal parcels in Morton Estates subdivision for placement into the HLB inventory. Anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Is there discussion? Hearing and seeing no one, please vote. And that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14L. This is an ordinance amending Anchorage Ordinance 2010-67 to revise the terms of an easement for Chugach Electric Association facility in Girdwood. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Is there discussion? Please vote. That matter passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14M, AR 114, a resolution approving a letter of agreement between the municipality and the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers Local Union 1547 regarding a power dispatch alternative shift agreement. Anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Is there any discussion? Please vote. That matter passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14N, AR 101, resolution appropriating $174,000 from fees collected from the sale. Okay, this is for IM software and database. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter? Please come forward. Anyone on the IM database? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Is there any discussion? Please vote. That item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14O, AR 102, resolution appropriating $231,533 from the Department of Fish and Game.
Waive reading.
Okay, this is for the Sustainable Salmon Fund and Little Campbell Creek. Anybody like to speak to this? Please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Second.
Is there discussion? Please vote. That passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14P. This is a resolution doing a multitude of things, but the administration would like to postpone this one indefinitely and introduce a newer version. You still can testify on this if you like, because it has been published on our agenda. This is about remediation for Kincaid Park, a loan to ML&P, and remediation for Reeve Boulevard. Anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Mr. Hull, or Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Is there objection to that? Seeing no objection, the matter is postponed indefinitely. The next item before us is 14Q. This is AR 115. This is a resolution appropriating a grant of $5,050,461 from the Department of Homeland Security and a contribution of $101.09 from the, basically it is for the Fire Emergency Response Grant Program. If anyone would like to speak to us on this program, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Is there discussion? Please vote.
I hear you.
That item passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 14R. This is AO 50 and 50S, and it's an ordinance amending Code Chapter 2145 to provide for supplementary district regulations governing the outdoor keeping of animals as a permitted accessory use. If you would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Neil Kerniger. First name spelled Neil. Last name is spelled Koeniger. I'm currently the chair of the municipality's Animal Control Advisory Board. The Animal Control Advisory Board has reviewed both versions of this ordinance. The original version, 21150, embodies the changes that we supported in 2007 and were approved by the Assembly in September 2008, provisionally in Title 21. The Board supports those changes. The changes in the S version are significantly different in a number of areas. And we have some significant concerns with those. The first one is that they have not been through the same public process as what's embodied in 21150. There's a lot of public input in that. The substitute version proposes prohibiting the keeping of undefined, excessively noisy animals. That's ambiguous, and it's a major problem. The original version is very specific in the prohibitions. It identifies particular animals, turkeys, guinea fowl, geese, roosters. Those prohibitions came out of years of public work with the planning folks on the Title 21 revisions and public hearings both before our board and the Planning and Zoning Commission. There also is a provision in the S version. It's the proposed 2145-115D3. That's kind of a catch-all thing that says basically anything you do if you're keeping animals in your backyard that bothers your neighbors, we can come in and tell you to stop doing. That's extremely undefined and also problematic. There also is a prohibition proposed in the S version that could prohibit you from having a chicken coop or a rabbit hutch against your home. That's not in what was conditionally approved by the Assembly earlier. So our position is that 21150 embodies what we held public hearings on, what went through a lengthy public process, what we supported, and what was approved by this body. And we do support that. The substitute version, we do not support. If you want to seriously entertain the substitute version, we would recommend that you have that go through the same lengthy process as what was embodied in the original 21150.
Thank you.
Go ahead. My name's Al Millspaugh, A-L-M-I-L-S-P-A-U-G-H, and I'm a Animal Control Advisory Board member. And I just did what Neil just stated. The board supports the original version.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to testify?
Ms. Osiander, I think I'm in the queue to speak to him.
Well, it's not on my screen.
Then it's not working, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, you just popped in, Mr. Trainer.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
A question for Neil. Neil, when did Deanna get this copy of the S version? Yesterday?
Yes, we got it at approximately 1:30 yesterday afternoon.
Okay. When's your next board meeting scheduled for?
It'll be this Thursday at 5:30 p.m.
So do you have time, if we send it to you, to evaluate its impact?
The board has had an opportunity to look at it, but we have not had an opportunity to take any public testimony or input on the substitute version.
When I look on line 37, it says a facility license may be required pursuant to Title 17. How much would you charge for that license?
The fee for a facility license is currently set under Title 17. I believe it's $180 biannually.
For how many chickens or rabbits?
4 or more.
What?
4 or more.
4 or more?
And the same would apply with
Would you have to
rabbits.
modify the contract with the people that run the animal control facility for what they're going to be required to do under this?
We would not have to do a contract modification. They're already contractually obligated to do facility license inspections.
Would there be additional cost?
There would be a workload increase for them. There also would be a offsetting revenue increase, but I don't know whether that would balance out with a workload increase. Probably not.
Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Julie Riley. I've worked as a horticulture and agriculture agent in Anchorage for UAF Cooperative Extension Service for 27 years. I answered questions on lawn care, gardening, and chickens. In November of 2009, we had standing room only for a class on chickens at the Millennium Hotel. Last Friday at 11 a.m., we had 50 people signed up for the class and decided that we should shut off the registration. So it's because of this tremendous interest in raising chickens in the city that I'm here testifying tonight. In our class, we teach that once chickens start laying, most produce 1 egg per day. So most families aren't going to need a lot of chickens. We also address water quality issues when it comes to waste management. There have been so many rumors that have been flying around the last few years over what's legal and what's not legal that I would really like to thank the Assembly for taking up and addressing this issue tonight. Are there any questions?
Yes, Mr. Trainee.
How much food is required per chicken a day?
I don't know, sir. Our chicken expert lives in Palmer, and I had to keep him from putting on his costume and coming into town. So I'm the horticulture agent.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how you would feed the chickens. Do you have a tray for them, or you just throw it on the ground and they pick it up? Do you know?
You can do it both ways.
Okay.
Yes.
Because the other way is a violation of state law. That's the reason I'm asking.
To have it on the ground?
Yep.
Yeah. When Mr. Brown spoke about feeding chickens in the class, he talked about having their food raised up so that the chickens had to stand on their tiptoes to reach into the container to get their feed, so they wouldn't make a mess of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And if you could spell your name, that helps us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Schmidt, SCHMIEDT. I'm actually standing in proxy for Mary Vavrick, who has been an Anchorage resident for 19 years. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to express my support for keeping backyard pets and would ask for your support as well. I've had my chickens for 3 years now. They provide me with entertainment, joy, and learning experiences. They are also a source of food for eggs, and I use their droppings for compost to nourish my vegetable garden, another food source. I keep a clean coop and have no problem with odor or pests. I have had no complaints from neighbors. In fact, they enjoy watching and listening to my birds. Please help keep Anchorage an interesting and diverse place to live by allowing the community the right to raise some of their own food and stay closer to nature in their own backyards. And I also could have written this. I've owned chickens in the past, so I'm very supportive of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Hello
Chair.
again.
Before she speaks, could we just get a quick show of hands of who's here to support the chicken ordinance? Okay. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Hi again. I'm Allie Harvey, Harvey, and this time I'm back to testify on behalf of chickens. I am the Sustainable Communities Coordinator with Alaska Center for the Environment. We have over 6,000 dues-paying members statewide who are writing us many letters over the past few weeks, overwhelmingly in favor of backyard chickens. The majority of our members live in Anchorage. Our mission is to protect wild places, foster sustainable communities, and to promote recreation. And one of our lead campaigns is all about local food and building a healthy local food system within Alaska to ensure our economic viability and security and continued health. And we think that backyard chickens are a really critical component of this campaign, and we support the right for people to have backyard chickens. That said, we also realize that we live in a community with bears and that they are our neighbors, and to be responsible neighbors, we want to make sure that we prevent any potential conflict. So we remind people to take a look at where they live, and if it's a bear-dense area, to take the necessary precautions to prevent any potential conflicts. Electric fences are a great way to go. We have more information on that for folks who are interested on our website. But overall, we are excited for this ordinance. We really thank you for all of your work on this, and we hope that Anchorage residents will soon be enjoying the benefits of backyard chickens. So thank you so much.
Just a minute. Mr. Birch?
I just had a couple questions. Have you looked at the substitute? I'm sorry if you said yeah. And the substitute's okay with you, or?
Well, we've looked at the substitute, but the real experts on this, I think, will be the crowd behind me, but thank you for the
And
question.
just a second, just a chicken inquiry. How much butchering of chickens goes on?
How much butchering?
Yeah, I mean, is this all about eggs, or do you actually, have chicken dinner?
I think that a lot of people do harvest their chickens. They do it in a way that they try to minimize any, noise or.
Yeah.
God bless,
I was just curious.
But.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Mr. Trainee.
Not to mention the bears, but I've got a call from some people concerned about the influx of wolves, coyotes, other predators coming in to harvest the chickens. Had one fish and game guy was telling me that, well, if you put chickens out, eagles come to get you, you can't stop the eagles because they're protected by federal law. So what do you do to discourage wolves and coyotes from coming in? Because they will come and eat.
Again, I think the true experts are probably in the audience as the chicken owners, but I will respond to that just in short and say that I think a lot of the tips for bear awareness, such as minimizing trash, minimizing compost or keeping compost in such a way that it's, not going to attract any unwanted guests to one's yards, are a good way of minimizing that. And I know that there are design features that various people have in their coops to, for instance, prevent eagles from swooping in and doing that. But hopefully, again, this crowd here will be able to respond more specifically to that question.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley has a question.
If you can't answer this, someone else can when they come up. I'm not a chicken connoisseur, so I don't know the answer to this. But how, it says the animal in this section may not be permitted to make chronic animal noise. How do you prevent a chicken from making noise?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can you just repeat
I'm
it?
just wondering if because under this, the chicken can't make chronic noise, and I'm just wondering how you prevent a chicken from making chronic noise. Other than slaughtering
You'd like to say break its neck. I really think that I should defer to
someone
the
else
folks.
when they come up there. I just out of curiosity.
I'm here trying to magnify the voice of the many people who have contacted me, of our 6,000 folks, members, saying we really support backyard chickens. So I'm kind of here on behalf of them. But I do know that we have a great many other people who can attest to the finer points. But thank you all for your questions and for your support.
Thank you. And Mr. Trombley, at the end of this, I can explain what I heard from code enforcement as Mr. Weaver can about some of the language in the ES version.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Harkness, Harkness, one of the original chicken ladies. And I think we've established here that there are dedicated chicken enthusiasts in Anchorage. And there are a number of cities in the lower 48 where they are legal. New York City, Chicago, Boston, L.A., Santa Fe, St. Louis, Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, Albuquerque, and Madison are just the few that I know of right now. In some of the cities, there are organized groups that hold meetings, teach classes, and have tours of coops. And there are a lot of online resources. I don't need to take time telling you about those. A very nice, slick magazine, Backyard Poultry, with lots of help with chicken issues. The main other point I wanted to make was that I don't believe there really is any danger of Anchorage becoming overrun with yards full of chickens. And the main reason for this, and I have had chickens from 02 to 09 was when the last one died. I live about 3 minutes from here. My neighbors loved my chickens. One has offered to buy me more chickens, but I'm turning that down for a number of other reasons. And but one of the reasons I don't think we will have too many is because keeping chickens in a sort of Arctic area like we have is not as easy as in a lot of other places. The initial investment in a proper house with insulation, nest boxes, roosts, and enough space per chicken so they can stay inside comfortably from days on end during extended below zero cold spells, it's a serious investment. And also the daily routine of necessary chores and regular house cleaning will add up to a serious time commitment. And I have talked to strangers who've admired my chickens that they could actually see from the street, and they've all said how they enjoy having them around. They ask me about keeping them, and when I tell them something about all the work, they say, "Oh, I'll just look at yours. It's just too much to do." And so I think they mostly are suitable for like families with children and older people and people with enough people in the family to keep up with it. And it is actually, they are pretty high maintenance, I think much more so than a lot of pets, and that will keep them from being too numerous. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Anyone else like to testify?
This is overrun.
You'll be grateful to know I think I'm the caboose in the train of testifiers. Members of the Assembly and absent Mayor, I never dreamed when I spoke to you 28 days ago asking for quick action that you would move quite so swiftly. I'm here again on behalf of our organized group, the Coalition for Backyard Pets, to ask you to vote for an ordinance tonight and to end a wait and a process that goes back 7 years. Voices of dissent from the community bring up legitimate concerns, such as the potential to attract bears and other predators. Bears, wolves, other animals have not proven an obstacle in Juneau, Alaska, Calgary and Banff, Alberta, Billings and Bozeman, Montana, and Boulder, Colorado, to name just a few cities with urban predators and legal backyard pets. As in those cities, we can and will put up electric fences as recommended by Jesse Coltrane, our local fish and game biologist, and will keep our yards clean and food and garbage sources secure. After all, none of us want predators in our yards for any reason, much less for our pets. Another frequent concern is the potential for unsightliness, unsanitary conditions, and chronic noise. Let's take just one of those. I'm a dog owner, so let's compare output. A 40-pound dog generates about 3/4 of a pound of poop per day. 10 chickens, more than most of us will ever own, generate about 2/3 of a pound of daily output. Unlike dog poop, chicken poop can be used as fertilizer. In fact, today at Alaska Mill and Feed, you can buy Whitney Farms chicken manure. It's described on their website as having the highest nutrient level among popular soil amendments. 25 pounds will set you back $9.99. That's 40 cents a pound. The thing is, every obstacle, fear, or concern on this issue has an answer. The link you need to make all of this work is education. Education will prevent violations, and that's where the coalition comes in. I told the Assembly 3 years ago that if they legalized backyard pets in Title 21's revision, the coalition of backyard pets would not go away. Now I'm telling you, if you pass an ordinance tonight that we who have worked so hard for this for so long will also work hard to protect our legal status and the general citizenry. We'll be leaders by example and teachers by demonstration. We've allied with established educational organizations like the Cooperative Extension Service and the Bioneers. Education and reasonable laws are the foundation of a responsible society. Please, give us an ordinance allowing our backyard pets, and we will do the rest. Thank you. By the way, I'm not here alone, as you know. Would the members of the coalition please rise?
And could you spell your name for the record?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
My last name is Peckham, P as in Paul, E-C-K-H-A-M as in Mary.
All right. There are some questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Lucy.
Hi.
I had the pleasure of meeting Lucy's oldest chicken a few months ago.
My house pet.
Your house pet, yeah.
Nellie.
So my question is, I saw an email just before I came to the meeting tonight from you, and I thought it said that you supported the S version, but do you support the original version of the ordinance that the Animal Control Board supports?
Good question.
Thank you.
I met today with Angela Chambers at the planning office, and she explained that the added details to the S version were to clarify things for the enforcement officers, and that they cross-referenced to Title 21, the old, presently still enacted version of Title 21, and Title 17 in an attempt to clarify this ordinance. And so although it muddies it for me, I actually drew some of the ways that I've seen hen houses and rabbit hutches set up on people's property to see if she would say this won't work under the new ordinance. And I talked to her about the noise exclusion. And though I have to admit I still remain uncomfortable with those additions because it makes me, as you know, I'm a big let's get everybody on board person, and it makes me really upset that the Animal Control Advisory Board is not on board with the S version. I admit I'm tired. I'd like an ordinance. So I'm going to say I don't know. I don't know. We want an ordinance. I'd like the people who know code better to look at it. I'd even consider it taking more time, if that would help.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you.
I could address some of the questions that were asked earlier that weren't answered if those questions are still bothering people.
Well, at this point, there's nobody else in queue for questions, so thank you very much. Now, is there anybody else that would like to speak? Come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Rachel Colvard, RACHEL-COLVARD.
And you're quiet, so you have to come closer.
Oh, sorry. It sounds a lot louder here. I'm actually not with this group, but I absolutely support them. Anchorage is the longest I've lived anywhere. I've been here 12 years, but before that, I moved every 2 years. When we were in Oregon, I grew up with raising chickens, and the concerns you have, they're really just logistical concerns. They can be addressed, those issues, and just like you have bad dog owners, you're going to have people that aren't exactly as good of caretakers as they possibly should be, but I think with education that absolutely can be addressed for those people. I support them. Chickens are good, and it's usually the boys making the problem because those are the roosters that are crowing in the morning, which I think is the noise concern. And there's also a difference between the fryers and the egg layers as far as different chicken types. And it's just all kind of what kind of a chicken do you want to get, just like what kind of a dog do you want to own. And I absolutely support them in their endeavor. Thank you.
Just a minute. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for speaking on this issue. But do you realize that the roosters are not allowed anyway?
I didn't know that, and I don't know the specifics of the thing.
Right, they're not allowed, so.
And you don't want a rooster anyway because you don't really want to eat fertilized eggs. So.
Right. Well, I don't know much about chickens, frankly, but I definitely support this group. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anybody else like to speak to us on this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
I'll move the S version.
Thank you. Mr. Traney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to support this, but I've got a couple of concerns. I'd like to see this go to the Animal Control Advisory Board, since they've had less than 24 hours to look at it. They're meeting on Thursday. I'd like it to go to them and have this come back to us for action, our next meeting on the 10th of May. I'd like to have a work session if we can, because I've got some concerns. If you look at 5 AAC 92.230, feeding of game, it says negligent, leave human food, animal food, or other garbage in a manner that attracts those animals. You can be given a ticket, a charge from the state, if you throw chicken food out and don't clean it up, and it attracts predators in. So I'd like to have Fish and Game come and talk to us about it. I want to know who's going to enforce the noise ordinance. I know you sent out something today that Health would deal with it. I want to know if Health has the equipment to monitor noise, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Because you're going to get the calls from people at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I want to know if we can support that level. And I also want to find out in this facility requests that Animal Control would have, what type of money we're talking about and the impact on the Animal Control contractor.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, your motion was specifically to do what, sir?
A couple of them.
Well,
one is to send it to Animal Control Advisory Board and to have a work session, Debbie, because we've not had a work session in this in a long period of time, so we can ask the questions in a work session. I want Fish and Game there to tell us what they view the impact on wildlife to be if we do this.
So I'm basically reading that as a motion to postpone and then
Yes, to the 10th.
concurrently to refer it. Is that
Concurrent
correct,
refer
sir?
it. Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Honeman, is that?
I second it.
All right. That motion is before us. I would very much like, if I could, to explain what's in the S version. So I'm.
And Madam Chair, when you're done, I'd like to speak further on it too, so quick.
Right. Basically to Neil. I prefer the original version. Unfortunately, code enforcement does not. When you take something out piecemeal of Title 21, it creates problems because the new Title 21 is integrated. Sections that are in Title 21 are linked in a variety of places. What happened here was not simple because we took one piece of connecting tissue and set it alone. Because of that, I basically agreed to virtually everything the planning department staff requested. Because I viewed this as the people came and asked us to do something, and let's put it in place in what I think will be maybe a 5 or 6 month period until we can get Title 21 in place. And I swear to you, my mission on earth is to get Title 21 in place and finished. But I heard you, and so did Mr. Honeman and Mr. Flynn. We wanted to respond. However, we also, I think it's important to listen to the staff, the code enforcement staff. And there are things in this ordinance that they requested because of other issues. The 10-foot separation, I talked to Angela and via our attorney for some time saying, I know people who have 2 rabbits up against the side of their house. What's the big deal? It's because elsewhere in code, it's 10-foot separation for accessory buildings and accessory structures. And to simplify things, when we're in this transition, it makes sense to provide that linkage because they're relying on the old code. The noise ordinance, all the language in this noise ordinance is exactly the same as we have elsewhere in code. The only reason it's here is because there have been concerns and complaints from code enforcement about noise issues elsewhere. The Health Department has been historically the group that has dealt with noise concerns. They have equipment to do that. There are standards and codes. In fact, Ms. Drummond is already looking at maybe changing those noise standards, but right now they're in place and they're measurable and standard. Basically, I would ask both the Assembly and the community to just, basically this gives us an advantage of sort of doing a pilot project on chickens and the ordinance. I would like to go back to the original version, but now we can have maybe a 6-month period where we can see how it works. The concern that Mr. Traney has on bears, I've had a dog team. You spill dog food on the ground when you have a dog team. I feed birds. Sunflower seeds come down from the bird feeders, and I could be cited for both of those things. People, I don't think, are going to purposely create bear incitement or bear enticement I think on balance, the benefits of this ordinance outweigh the risks. We're hearing a strong cry for sustainable future. We're hearing a strong cry for people who want their food to be fresh and local. Many, many, many cities do this. If we don't have it exactly right, we can fix it in a very, very short period of time. This has been through the mill, as we heard very well from Neil originally. All we're doing is we're creating a little pilot fix for a temporary period of time, trying to listen to the people who hear all the complaints. And I think this is a reasonable approach. I personally am not going to vote for postponing it because it's that pilot project. We're giving it a shot. We're giving it a try. And every single thing code enforcement asks for, I put in the yes version. So I'm going to be personally not voting for the delay. But there are 3 people in queue. So, Mr. Birch on the delay.
I'm going to speak against the delay. I think, it's been 8 years involved here in this process. I mean, we had this chicken discussion 2 or 3 years ago, and as I understand it, there is a timeline as far as getting chicks ordered and kind of getting on with business here. And I'm inclined to agree with Ms. Osiander. I do support the substitute, the S version. I think it does afford some additional protections and enforcement issues as far as the size of the lots, and has some discussion in there regarding the concerns that have been voiced to me. And believe it or not, there are those anti-chicken people out there that have concerns about noise, and they're legitimate concerns. They're concerns about noise, and frankly, it's going to be dependent on it, just like any other backyard pet. If you've got a neighbor that lets their dog bark all night, it's painful. But I think it's going to boil down to people just being good stewards of their critters, and I think this is a good substitute. I speak against the motion to postpone and in support of 50S. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. And, to Ms. Peckham and the group of the coalition, I laud you for your efforts and for your patience as well. It's been a long time on Title 21 in particular, and there's a lot of folks in our community with a lot of issues involving the code, and this is a good, as the Chair, Ms. Osiander said, a good test process to work with. And I support either of these 2 versions, and for various reasons that Ms. Osiander had displayed, probably the S version is the correct way to do it for now, until the other sections of the code catch up. But I also heard loud and clear from the advisory board who, again, these are very involved people in our community who are entrusted on a commission, on a committee, to take matters such as these with animals involved in the community. And they were just asking for some time. I think they're having a short order meeting. We've been dealing with this issue in alcohol and red stripe law, and you heard it earlier, it's been postponed for quite a long time as well. And there's some state statutes that go along that there's just some areas and issues, and it's a very emotional issue. I don't know why. It's not even a live animal that you're dealing with. It's just a bottle or a content of liquid, But the bottom line is that I do believe that we need the ordinance. I believe and I will make this pledge to you, whether or not this thing gets, if it doesn't get, the amendment doesn't pass for postponement, I will not postpone beyond the 10th. I believe that we can take action onto it. So crossing our fingers, maybe tonight, maybe on the 10th, but I can guarantee you that at that point. So thank you. I believe we should give it its due. I think it's a reasonable request to get the Animal Advisory Board on board with their input.
Mr. Trainee again?
Debbie, how long have you been working on Title 21?
8 years.
8 years. All I'm talking about is waiting 2 weeks. Animal Control Advisory Board has had less than 24 hours to address this issue. We need to give it to that board so we can get input from them on how it's going to affect our town. There's nothing that important that we have to hurry up and rush. Many times we're told you have to hurry up and do it right now. We don't have to hurry up on this. We can wait till our next meeting, ma'am.
And Mr. Trainee, I'm going to interject real quickly. Ordinarily, I absolutely would agree with you. Unfortunately, with chickens, there's a time season, and you have to get them going and growing. And if you wait too long, the season's pretty short, and you don't want really young chickens when it gets cold. So I think the animal control people are great, and I've been to their meetings, but in this one case, I I'm not with you. But anyway, pardon me for interjecting. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to make a little correction. I said that I didn't know much about chickens, but I didn't know much about chickens, but I know a lot more now. And Ms. Osiander, I agree with you in terms of moving this along, but I also heard from Lucy, and I'd like, if it's okay, Madam Chair, for Lucy to come up to the podium, and I want to ask a direct question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there an issue with postponing action on this ordinance for 2 weeks until May 10th to give the Animal Advisory Board an opportunity to review the S version?
No, other than that you'll have to put up with us at another meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that said, I think that it's fair that we give the Animal Control Board an opportunity to review the ordinance. And I can guarantee you, on the 10th, we're going to move on this.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Trombley.
Actually, I had a question.
Lucy, can you come back? You're our expert here.
Sorry. I had asked the question earlier, how do you keep chickens quiet?
First of all, chickens are not nocturnal, they're diurnal. So actually, in my experience, and I think everyone will back me up, hens are early to bed. They're also early to rise. But even in the summer, my hens would go into the hen house between 8:30 and 9 at night, even though the sun was in the sky. And I would go out and close the door behind them. That's part of the responsibility of being a hen owner or chicken owner. You go out and you close the door, and when you open it in the morning is up to you. I'm not an early to riser. But
the chickens are early risers, correct?
They wake up, but they're in their hen house behind a closed door. So it was very easy to limit noise between the hours of 8:30 at night and 9-ish when I'd open the door.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in queue, at this point, I'd like you to vote on the motion to delay it for another meeting and refer it to the Animal Control Advisory Board. And that motion failed 4-7. We're back with the main motion, the S version.
Question.
Actually, Mr. Hall has an amendment. Mr. Hall.
Yes, and I'm not going to fall into the same trap that Mr. Starr did. I'm going to read you the exact terminology here. I have a written copy, and I'll ask Julia to weigh in to make sure that we're clear on what it is that I'm trying to do here. My floor amendment would be on page 3, line 13, to make the second sentence of subsection 3 a standalone subsection 5, changing subsection to section. And I have copies of this that I can share with Barbara, and I would ask for Julia to give further definition of what I've just called for.
Madam Chair, may I clarify? Are you saying, Mr. Hall, that the term excessive is defined for the purpose, et cetera, becomes the new Section 5?
Yes.
Okay. So beginning on line 18 with the through the end of line 22 becomes a new subsection 5.
Which version?
Apparently there's not enough.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
that's now 5.
And we do have copies to share.
Okay. Can you explain why? All right, got it. Heck, I figured it out even without the written copy.
Ms. Tucker, we're waiting for you, I think.
Yes, through the chair, I needed to deliver a copy to Mr. Weaver. This is a point that actually Dennis Wheeler, municipal attorney, pointed out to me, that the term excessive has a definition throughout this section, and that would be clearer if it is broken out into a separate subsection here, as the floor amendment indicates, and then also the other changes that the term excessive is defined for the purpose of this section. So that covers the whole section instead of just the subsection. And you'll see that in an earlier page of the S version, there's reference to excessively noisy, excessively, I think.
Yeah, page 2, line 46.
Yeah, excessively noisy animals. And the intent was, in using excessively, the word excessively there, that it would relate back, as Mr. Wheeler had asked me, to this definition. And this definition is the one that was given to us by the Community Development Department, because this is now internally in already Title 21, but because this, as Chair Osiander has explained, is basically an overlay that needs to be hinged up back to that. We don't want this definition, which is already in Title 21, to disappear because this otherwise takes over. So the excessive definition has been included, and the floor amendment would just slightly rearrange it, and it's the same definition that's in Title 21 now that the Community Development Department had asked the sponsors to include.
See how simple that becomes when you have legal explain it to you?
Thank you. Mr. Starr on the amendment?
And it's more for more legal here. The word generated by uses permitted in the district, are we talking about comparing a chicken to a barking dog or chicken noise to a lawnmower? I mean, I guess I'm not clear as to when it's compared to excessive noise for already approved uses of that district. Is there a concern there for that?
Ms. Tucker?
Okay, let me make sure that I understand your question. Your question is that the reference to uses permitted in the district in their customary manner, if that's ambiguous? Or
Well, it looks like it's a comparative statement, so you're trying to define what excessive noise is. And when I read that term and definition, I don't know if you're exceeding the level of a lawnmower or you're exceeding the level of a dog barking. You know, permitted uses, you can have a dog. Now we're saying permitted uses, you can have many chickens. What's the comparison to noise? I mean, I'm a little flummoxed as to where you're saying that's.
Wait.
Mr. Weaver, did you want to weigh in?
For those in the audience who are wondering, Mr. Weaver's injury came from Chair Osiander twisting his arm on getting this done.
Too many lifting chickens. But, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, Mr. Starr, when it relates back to all the permitted uses, it means all the uses listed in the zoning district. That means the structures, the types of uses, the whole gamut. Animals are listed in zoning districts. They're allowed, but it's meant to be across the board for every use that's allowed, that these would not be excessive past what those types of uses might generate in noise.
Well, I'm just trying to, you know, and I'll create a scenario for you. The neighbor calls enforcement and says those things are really noisy. Enforcement comes out and says, well, it's no noisier than a lawnmower, which is you're allowed to mow your lawn. Is that what's going to be said, or is it, you know, when you compare apples to apples?
And Chair, Mr. Starr, code enforcement has a long history with respect to enforcement of noise along with the health department.
Sure.
And there's established case precedents to determine what excessive might be in different situations.
Okay, well, that's a good answer. I like that one better. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, is there opposition to the amendment? Seeing no opposition to the amendment is incorporated. The amended matter is before us. Is there further discussion? I goofed up again. Seeing no further discussion, I can't get to Mr. Trainee, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've just got some concerns with this, and since the body's not willing to entertain those, I'll be a no vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on the amended S version. And that item passes. Mr. Trombley, did you want to vote?
And the one.
So how did you want to vote, sir? A no vote? All right, that makes it, thank you, 9-2. Thank you. The motion is approved. Thank you very much. And Lucy, I really want to thank you for your offer to help with the coalition. Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Mr.
would it be appropriate to have this matter referred back to the animal control folks, but in the interim between now and the final consideration of Title 21?
Well, actually, I was planning to go and talk to them because the way it's set up, it's a little bit ambiguous, I think, about the facility license. And so I'd like to see what they think about it. But we do have now a few months, and then we are going to enact Chapter 5.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I really want to hear what you think on Chapter 5 and see if this works or what we provisionally adopted works. Yes, please. Thank you. All right. We are now at special orders. There are none. Unfinished items. There are none. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on any other matter under audience participation? You waited, sir. Come on up.
William Harrington, Harrington.
Thank you.
Previously, at this meeting, if you can remember that far back, which I can barely do, there was a great presentation about the park, Cuddy Park, and how it really, in the winter, was fabulous. The folks did it. I'm really happy that the Cuddy family could give the community such a great park. However, sometimes I get stuck with a couple little rugrats. One's 3 years old and one's 5 years old. Now, I personally like Cuddy Park because it is open, you can keep your eyes on them, and with the two age differences, one goes further and faster than the other, so you got to kind of look ahead on all this. Well, with the weather getting warmer, I went over there. And with the weather getting warmer, that's why I'm here to talk to you tonight. I think we have a couple solutions. We can get some more revenue. The city needs more revenue. We'll call it a use fee, not a tax. Some dog owners do carry packets to take their dog's disposal with them. Some don't. Some dog owners use leashes. And especially with two little kids, dogs off leashes can be very dangerous. We all read in the paper once in a while about the loose dog that does some serious damage to a small child. My point is, and there is a sign over there, I saw it just today, cute little sign that says, please pick up after your dog, and it takes up to a year for dog droppings. I'm trying to be polite here. I could use other words, but I'm trying to be polite. Dogs' droppings to biodegrade completely. 2 weeks ago, the weather was nice, the kids needed something to do, so I took them over to the park to feed the ducks. Well, the ducks are too fat. The ducks are well fed. They didn't want to eat. But since we were in the park, I wanted to get the little guys running their legs around, so we started walking around the trail. Hey, there was so much dog crap on the side of the trail. The water's running across the trail. I mean, honestly, it stunk. Cuddy cesspool, Cuddy dog. I mean, it was rude, very rude. And you know, with a couple of little rugrats, I had to get them out of there before they tracked it all around and did it. So my point being is, I think number one, there needs to be more signage to inform the errant dog owners that there are punishments that the mayor and the city council assembly believes that it's serious enough that there will be serious punishment if you're caught leaving your dog poop in the park, even in the winter. Because in the spring, it all comes up at once, and dogs off the leash. Otherwise, the park is a great place for kids, but those two issues, dogs off leashes and you know, the dog owners who aren't responsible really should be punished, and the rest of the good dog owners shouldn't have to go around and pick up the debris, which you know, in other communities, the good dog owners are so careful that they don't want their dogs punished that they go around and pick up after those that go like this at the beach, you know, and cover it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else on non-agenda items?
I'm Jeff Humphreys. I did want to say that I'm sure the Community Council, the Fairview Community Council, appreciates the money that you've allocated for keeping the rec center open later. And also I'm told by APOC that I don't have to register as a lobbyist as long as I don't spend more than 10 hours per month talking to the Assembly. But I really appreciate the work you do, and I think it's great what you're doing with basically everything you've done tonight: public transportation, taking out the serving alcohol to chronic inebriates, and I know a lot of these things are very confusing, and I'm sure you know, it will take time to really think through a lot of the issues. With Title 21, I hope you'll take a look at possibly adding geodesic domes, and I really appreciate the work you do.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else? I can see no one. We're now at Assembly comments. Mr. Birch, any comments?
I'm speechless.
Okay.
Good evening.
Ms. Flynn?
I think this is the night that I was thinking bad thoughts about Mike. Nice weather, we're here.
Ms. Johnson?
I'll see you all in a couple weeks. I'm off to Norway. It's not a junket. We're paying for it dearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley? No comment. Mr. Starr?
No comment.
Mr. Hall?
No comment.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Holman?
I will not be at the May 6th meeting myself, but if I can, I'll try to phone in.
Okay, and hopefully we'll have that meeting on the apportionment committee
That's
or
correct.
redistricting committee soon. Go ahead, Mr. Traney.
Just for the administration, can you give us your plan to deal with the Rollins case? I'm just concerned about the potential economic blowback of the lawsuits that have been filed. So if we could get something from the administration, a potential loss from that, from the administration, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Madam Chair, I just thought of something. Thank you, Mr. Traney, for helping me remember. I would like to have a work session on the 602 fund and risk management.
Okay.
Okay.
So, two fund?
Mm-hmm. And as I mentioned earlier, I won't be here on the 6th, so whenever you schedule it after that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maybe you can explain more to me afterwards. All right, Ms. Drummond, and then the mayor has a comment.
No comments. Good night.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Starr, as chair of the Budget Committee, for the good work that he did in putting together a package of amendments and working a very seamless process. You and I have been through many budgets, and both the main budget and this first quarter budget amendments I thought were very professionally handled, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're adjourned. Thank you.